Hello, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of our painting marathon. Welcome to Art Prof, our global art party. We are going to be doing a landscape piece today. This is the primary reference photo that I will be using, but I also have 2 other references. This is an image that I shot at Red Rock Canyon in southern Utah. And I'm using this more as a color reference because if you look at my reference image, you can see that it's very pale. I may go in and do some changes to make it more saturated, but I also have this to take the colors from. And here are my thumbnails. You can see that I'm just sticking with one image this time. And I ended up with this version where you can see the tree is in the upper right-hand corner. So it looks like it's descending downwards. I liked the diagonal shape of that. Tell me in the comments, how many of you here are going to be painting with me? And if you're not going to be painting, what are you going to do? Are you going to eat dinner? Are you going to lounge around on the couch? I just love that people did so many things during the marathon yesterday. Let's get going. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take this Winsor Newton Art Guard. This is a barrier cream, and I'm going to put some of it onto my hands. And this makes it so that it's a lot easier for me to wash my hands because it's a pain to get oil paint off your skin, and this just makes it a little bit easier. It also makes it so the oil paint isn't right on top of your skin. Let's take a look at the paints that I'm going to be using today. These paints are Geneva Artist Oil Color. And I've never heard of these before until Jason generously bought me a set. Let's take a look at their website because I had never heard of them before. And I'm very curious about it. The colors that they make, what's unusual about them is they are ready to use in that they already have slow drying medium incorporated into it. This I've never seen before. The idea of the medium already being inside the paint. And for this reason, it is solvent free. It also is created by Mark Carter. I don't know if people have seen his YouTube channel before, but it's called Draw Mix Paint. And he has all kinds of videos that talk about this particular type of paint. And he has a huge channel that also talks a lot about realistic painting skills. So he's a great channel for all of you to check out. The product that I have is this one. This is the Essential Palette. And there's actually 2 colors in here that I've never used before. The first one is Bismuth Yellow. Who here has used Bismuth Yellow? I never heard of that color before. And we also have Pyrrole Rubine. I've heard of Pyrrole, but I've never heard of Rubine before. And I'm wondering if these are specific to his brand or if I just have no idea what's actually out there. I'm very curious about it because it is so different. And guys, look at this. I love that they have this handout that came with the paints. And it says underfilled tubes. We fill our tubes 50 milliliter tubes with at least 52 milliliters of paint, but we use 120 milliliters and 60 milliliter tubes. Therefore, your tubes of paint will appear to be underfilled. We do this intentionally because this makes it much easier to shake new tubes of paint. You will find it helpful to suck some air into the tube by pinching the sides with the top open. After some air has entered the tube, reclose the lid, shake well before using. Striking the lid against a block of wood will shorten the mixing time significantly. Okay, this company has done their research. You can tell this was written by an artist. I appreciate that so much. And it is very different to buy from a small independent seller versus Blick, which basically ate up all of the art stores, which to me was just tragic. We lost so many amazing art stores because they just gobbled everybody up. So I'm happy to support an independent seller. Here's another one. I just love this. Why is the Geneva burnt umber so runny? All pigments behave differently when mixed with oil paint medium. Burnt umber pigment specifically will over time set up and become thicker in the tube after a few months. Normally, we let it thicken before we sell it, but due to a surge in demand, we have run out of burnt umber that has had time to thicken. We are currently shipping freshly made burnt umber. Although it is thinner, rest assured it is loaded with pigment and is ready to use. We will not have thickened burnt umber available for at least 2 months, but we'll have plenty of stock at the time. We are happy to refund your money for the burnt umber if you decide it will not work for you. That's a great seller, everybody. Go check out their website. I believe the link is in the video description below. You can see today, very different type of underpainting that I've done. This panel is called Gesso Board. It's also made by Ampersand, but it's not the same as the artist panel that I was using yesterday. And I did notice it's a little bit coarser than the artist panel. The artist panel was silky smooth. This is still very smooth, but I imagine it's going to be a very different type of surface. There's so many degrees of smooth you can think of between artist pieces. How many of you here, I'm curious, like canvas? And if you like canvas, how rough do you like your canvas? Because there's also things like linen. Who here has used linen? Linen is very fine. I happen to love it, but it's really expensive, and so I never really used it myself. What I use to create this underpainting is the Sennelier Abstract Acrylic Inks. This is turquoise. The reason why I decided to use this is because you can see in my reference image how I want to use this really fiery orange. And I was thinking if I had this more phthalo blue color, I feel like that orange and this blue, they're going to really knock heads. One of those situations where sometimes you have two colors and it almost feels like they're vibrating with each other. I'm hoping for that type of thing. But the other thing too is that because these paints are very thin, I figured it would make sense to have a very thin underpainting. The underpainting I did yesterday, it was still very thin, but this is really thin, which is why I made the choice to use the acrylic inks, because I knew if I used even regular acrylics that it would probably get thicker than I wanted to. So you can also see it's very washy. You can still see all of the strokes in there. Let's see what people are saying in the chat. And by the way, everybody, another reminder, that you can totally hang out in the Art Marathons channel. This is in our Discord, and I can see already people are posting work that they will be doing during the marathon. And remember, it does not have to be related to what I'm doing. Here we have a piece by Fong. Look at that gorgeous, deep purple. Nice work on that, Fong. And we also have DB underpainting for the landscape live stream. Am I crazy using purple? Nope. I haven't done a purple underpainting before. So I'm curious what your reaction is to that. And actually, a question here from Fong, and I'm going to take questions from the chat in a minute. How do you all store wet paintings? I normally work on a piece at a time, so I don't have a rack for it. How do you all store your wet paintings? I put my painting outside from yesterday because putting it in the sun helps it dry faster, but then it rained. And so now it's covered in water, and now it's sitting on top of my dining room table. Whoops. We also have Ginger Cell. Loved this corner from yesterday, but the rest is a disaster. I mean, what other way is there to paint other than to make it a disaster? And this looks like you're using wood, Ginger. I love the texture that's happening in here. And we also have moss working on top of an old oil painting. How many people have done that? That's a really great way to work, which is to take an old piece and paint over it. It can be a very good way to work because you're really reacting to the colors that are already there. It's a very different type of underpainting, but I know a lot of people have had great results from that. All right, we see Hepa Lesson has already gotten deep into the painting, and I love seeing especially these charcoal sketches. Because you know something, as much as painting and drawing are quite different, I also think they're very related. And you can see here the range of marks, the marks going in all different directions. And now we also here have the painting in progress. So if you guys work on something, share it in the Discord because I'll be taking questions from there as well. And it's just so fun for everybody to get to see what people around the world are looking at. Actually, tell me in the chat, what time is it for you right now? For me, it's the late afternoon, but I know we have people from everywhere, so I'd like to know that as well. By the way, everybody, if you have a question you would like to ask, please write question in all caps because it's great that there's so many people here, but it is easy for me to miss those questions. So that would be really excellent if people could do that. Thank you so much, Angela, who says, thank you. I love that you were doing this marathon and showing us that even teachers get nervous. Oh my gosh, everybody has talked to me about having imposter syndrome. I still get it. There's certain things that I don't have that with, but a lot of those illustrations I was working on, I felt major imposter syndrome because I was like, I'm not an illustrator. I'm like a wannabe illustrator, but I'm not a painter. So who am I? It just becomes a big identity crisis. But thank you so much, Angela, for that super chat. It's so helpful any way all of you can support us. And you also get an animation anytime you give us a super chat. Art with Alexander says, maybe a slightly chalky feeling to that board. It's not really chalky. It feels like, well, I guess there's so many different types of linoleum. It's very rigid, though. That's the main thing that I'm really seeing. Neil's asking if the Geneva paints Those are the ones that I was showing you earlier. I don't think they sell individual hues. I think you do have to buy the entire set. Okay, Merrick says Geneva is slow drawing. Robin says, just wrapped up a long semester of school. I'm art ed, but never had time to make art for myself, using this time for big paint marathon. You know something? I was so wired from that long session yesterday. I couldn't go to sleep. I was really tired. I stayed up late. But then I woke up this morning. I was like, oh my God, I want to paint. I was like really, really excited about that. Remember, keep those comments coming in the chat. Let's get started. The first thing that I would like to try, let's look at the paints out. I do want to do an underpainting with some sketching. I'm trying to think. Probably want a burnt umber, although I used burnt umber yesterday. Maybe I should try French ultramarine. Let's try that, just because I did burnt umber yesterday. I want to give myself a different experience. All right, let's see. Oh my gosh, it's super drippy, you guys. Wow. It's not like heavy body acrylics. It feels like fluid acrylics, but not that runny. Yeah, does everybody see? All right, let's water it down. Well, not water it down. Let's use some oil medium. And again, this is the solvent-free fluid from Gamblin that I'm going to be using. And I did put it in a little plastic squeeze bottle. This is handy because then I can put it onto my palette instead of dipping my brush into it. Every time you dip your brush into it, it gets dirty. Okay, let's just see what this is like. Oh, weird. It this is bizarre. It feels like oil, but it's runny, which is something I've never associated oil paint with, the runniness, but it feels like oil. I mean, duh, it is oil, but I guess I never thought about a drippy paint as being oil. Wow. Okay, well, it's sort of thick right now. I want to thin it down quite a bit more. I do feel like it has pretty strong pigment. That's a good thing. Okay, I'm going to get started with my thumbnails. I can find them. Where are they? Oh, here they are. Okay, so these are the thumbnails. This is the one that I'm going to be sketching out. Always make sure your thumbnails are visible. And I am going to try to paint more loosely, which means I'm going to paint more with the end. I didn't do that enough yesterday. Oh, wait, need my reference photo. Tell me in the comments who here is going to draw along, paint along, whatever it is you're doing. And if you're not making art, what are you doing? Maybe you're eating fried chicken on the couch. That sounds good. All right, so I need this diagonal. And remember, everybody, the theme for today and the entire marathon is slow. This is the slow movement. There's a diagonal here that divides the trees from the hill. But the thing is, I don't want to just do a straight down the middle diagonal. I think I want more ground, which means I probably should have the landscape around here. I still think I have too much pigment, and I always like to have my rag handy because I can do stuff like this. Thing is, I don't want the tree to get too small though. Maybe I'll shift the angle of the ground a little bit more. Make it more like that. This is the point in the painting where you want to be making a lot of changes. Well, actually, there's a little bit more of a slope. Speaking of rags, tell me in the comments, what do you use for rags? Because actually, I wanted to use those blue shop towels, but I got lazy and didn't go to the store. They are on my Amazon wish list. I was going to go to the store, but did not have time. I want this to be really long. So I'm looking at this one. It doesn't feel long enough though. I'm having trouble with the scale. I feel like the tree's going to be too small, but if it's too big, it's going to take up too much space. I guess I need to draw a little more. So I see Manette says, I use a sponge, also old work shirts for a place I no longer work at, but they didn't need my shirts back. Actually, my spouse has all these old RISD shirts, and I cut those up for rags. Old t-shirts, for sure. There's a really good point here about blue shop towels. They can be washed and dried in a clothes washer. They come out super soft. I've actually never done that before. I should try. Question from Neil, is it worth it to try lead paints? I have cadmium paints already. Are they any more dangerous? Lead tin yellow looks so yummy. I want to try painting with it. I do know that my colleague, Kathy Speranza, she is very into flake white. I used to use Kremnitz white a long time ago, but the thing is, I don't paint often enough that I think I care that much. But I will say, lead paints, the whites that I have used, I've used flake white too, they have a density. I mean, it's like iron paint. They're really beautiful. But if you're worried about the hazards and stuff, don't sweat it. I don't think it's that big of a difference. But again, I'm not somebody who cares that much about the nuances. I know some people are like, oh no, I can't paint with anything but flake white. And actually, tell me in the chat, what's your favorite white? I just use default titanium white. I feel like it's extremely boring, but that's what I'm doing. Okay. There's also this knot here at the top. It's difficult because it's a really chaotic image, but I have to find some anchor points. There's this big hole here that I think would be a good anchor. So far, these feel like they have strong pigment. Really, the only difference I'm seeing is the softness of it. These trees, has anybody seen these before? I have no idea what kind of tree they are, but maybe somebody can look it up for me in the comments. We saw these in southern Utah on top of a mountain. And I think the reason why they have the exposed roots is because there's like erosion that comes in, and that then causes the dirt from underneath to fall out. And so all you end up with are these roots that are exposed. Can somebody look that up? Southern Utah, that's what you want to look for. And what's weird about some of these forms, I mean, some of them look really soft. I mean, I know they're not, but they're very round. Even though, of course, it's wood and it's very rigid. This is one of those images you can get lost in what it is you're looking at, which is what I'm doing right now. I'm not being super accurate about things, but there's a couple points that to me are very important. And I like seeing how that differs for people. For example, we could all look at the exact same image, but find something different that we're interested in. And that's where I think you really see somebody's eye. Because I keep looking at this one spot here. And there's a nice patch of dark there. So this is a nice, big, chunky shape. That's a nice way for me to give it some structure. Somebody asked me yesterday about structure, and I totally forgot to reply. If that's who you are, if you ask me about structure, or if anybody else wants to ask me about structure, happy to reply to that now. And by the way, everybody, if you ask a question and for some reason I miss it, just ask it again. I have no problem with people doing that. It's a lot of looking right now. One thing that I encourage people to do is to watch how I look. Because in the beginning of a painting, I mean, I'm really glued to my reference right now. I won't be later on, but the looking is extremely important. You look more at this stage than you actually paint. Just following the trail of these. I'm not going to paint everything. I'm going to leave out a couple spots because I don't want to get confused. I'm just going to paint the parts that I think are really necessary at this point. This almost looks like legs. This one spot that's popping out. Here's another spot of dark. Tell me in the comments, how many people here like doing landscapes? Who here doesn't like it? Who here hasn't really done them? Tell me your experience. Because I was never a landscape painter, ever. It wasn't until I moved to Utah that the landscape here is just so extraordinary. You sort of can't help but be overwhelmed and just be in complete awe of the landscape. Here, I'm lightening it. I feel like it's too big. It's definitely bigger than my thumbnail. I think I have to make it smaller. I do. Oh my god, it's so not my thumbnail. Okay, let's get rid of some of this stuff. I'm going to use this as a... Let's move this one little shape up here. Yeah, there we go. I mean, this is where I love rags. They're just so fantastic. Yeah, because in my thumbnail, it's not quite that high. I think it's a little lower. Like this. I think that's still too big, is it? It is. I'm going to make it smaller, and we're also going to move it up. Yeah, that's better. Okay, let's use that. I've decided today I'm going to mush things around more. I felt like yesterday I wasn't really working very hard to get diverse brushwork. And I need to do more of that today. Okay, let's take a break. Look at that amazing progress, everybody. So June says, I suppose you wouldn't say I'm raw landscapist because I want a living bird in the tree or moving fish in the pond. That counts. I mean, landscapes are inhabited. Lisa says, I tend to feel every landscape would look better with crows. Oh, Butter, Colorado native. I went to Colorado just once, and it was for a very short period of time. But it's amazing how you go from Utah to Colorado, and the landscape is so different. I feel like the landscape I saw in Colorado, at least I was in Boulder, I felt like the landscape was crunchier looking than Utah. On Ferrari says, landscapes seem a bit intimidating, but I'd like to try one when I feel more comfortable. Go for it. Dazzling says, I just figured out buildings, so I just need to figure out the details of them, and I like fieldscapes. Or another great thing is to do a city that has a lot of green. Actually, an amazing city would be Honolulu. I mean, in Honolulu, the buildings are like accessories to the incredible greenery that's inside the city. I've never seen a city like that before. Okay, June, thank you. Yes, everybody, if I miss your question, just ask it again, and I will answer it then. I've heard structure is the most important thing in art. Important tips you use. I think I would start with drawing. Some of you may have heard me talk about structure in drawing and how it's the most important thing. I think in painting it's a little bit harder to see because you have colors and all these other things. I think in black and white drawing, if you want to learn about structure, that's the place to go. I would recommend looking at some drawings that have that structure. Alberto Giacometti, wonderful structural drawings. He does these drawings, I call them X-ray drawings, because he draws through objects. If you have, let's say, a cup and you put a phone in front of it, he'll draw the cup through the phone. And that's a way to see the structure when you have two things that are overlapping, but you draw through them. You're looking at the structure, not just looking at the visual. I also did a video recently on Rembrandt drawings. They have an extraordinary combination of very loose gestural strokes, a lot of play in those marks, but he also has profound structure. So my recommendation for structure is to look at a lot of drawings that have good structure. Some other ones would be Van Gogh. Actually, I did do a video on his drawings recently. Take a look at those. That's the best way to start, because you have to be able to identify in someone else's drawing, where is the structure in this drawing? Where do I see it? And then it'll make it easier for you to implement it into your own work. Chopper says, do artists often change their reference photos to monochromatic black and white to better show values of shadow and light? You can. If I am drawing with a black and white material, charcoal, I always make the reference black and white, because why not make my life just a little bit easier? I do sometimes check the value. If I have a full color painting and I'm wondering if the value is not very good, I'll just make it black and white in my phone. And sometimes I'll realize that actually I'm relying too much on color contrast and I need to add more value, because we get very immersed in color and it's easy for us to, quote, forget about value. Oh, by the way, mentioning the makeup brush, I went to the art store today because I wanted to see what the mop brush was. But actually, you know what I was looking for? And everybody has to tell me, do these not exist anymore? My favorite shape is a filbert. I have some that are a little bit longer. I guess this is my longest filbert. All right, that's my favorite brush shape. I remember in art school, I had long filberts. I had ones that were like that long, like double the height. And I really liked them because they were super flexible. These, because they're short, they're not flexible at all. And that's one of the reasons I really don't like brushes like this, where it's like very, very short. And it just makes the brush really stiff. And I went to the art store today hoping I could go buy some of those long filberts, and I couldn't find any. I was like, does Lick just stink or something? Maybe I have to go to some specialty brush store, but does anybody know what I'm talking about? I was so bummed that they didn't have them there. I love how all of you can research for me. Dazzling Action saying, you painting all the shapes. I'm not really doing shapes right now. Right now, it's more about finding gestural lines, because the thing is, the shapes in here, they're so small and they're really chaotic. And I feel like if I go for those small things, it's more that I'm looking at the tree and I'm picking a couple of anchor points. This is an anchor point, something really solid that I can put down. Down here, it's like all this stuff, like it's going to get in the way. This is a moment of clarity because it shows the swoop of the tree. And there was another spot that I was thinking would be a good reference point as well. So I guess that is a shape. It's just not a very big one. because there is one here. And then there's a structure back here. What is that? This tree's so weird and lumpy. Okay, here I'm going to block in. But actually, back here, I got to remove a little more. It's difficult to make this very generalized because the tree's so complex. But maybe that will help me, really anchoring that upper right-hand corner. I'm going to cheat, and I'm going to put the big, I guess, eye at the top. It's actually higher, but I'm going to move it down because I want to make sure it gets in there. Moment of value up here. This is what I want to do. Does everybody see the squishing with the stroke? The other thing I'm looking at is the striations. Because that is going to require some serious brushwork. Okay, now here, there's this weird bumpy thing that moves across. This is a very important stroke. And now here, it twists. All right, so here's a little pocket. Now, do all of you believe me that painting's slow? It's so slow. But I'm loving this. I'm like, sheesh, maybe I need to do more marathons because I feel like I'm really invigorated by this. Okay, here's another point where we see the edge of this being defined. Ugh, trying not to lose myself. I think this is too big. Make that a little smaller. Let's come back to this anchor point. Okay, let's try to make this smaller. It got way too big before. That's still too big. Also, because I haven't painted in such a long time, yesterday I'm thinking was probably the toughest day of the marathon because I had to get everything set up. I mean, I'm not even talking about the tech. The tech is probably the hardest thing, getting everything positioned. But I felt better today, even though I was tired from yesterday. But also it's nerves. It's difficult to not be nervous when it's such a big stream. I mean, if I'm just doing a run-of-the-mill stream, it's not really like that. This is the drawing part of the painting. It can take such a long time. It's constant decision making. Oh, wait, what did I do? Is it, oh, I made this too high. Oh, it should be all the way up here. Okay, that then sends these. Oh, okay, that's better. All right, I like that. It's a little bit better. Because honestly, I don't have time to paint like this most of the time. There's just too many things I have to do during the day. But if I could, this would be the way I would paint, which is very intensively over a period of focused days. But not everybody likes that. Tell me in the chat, how many of you here like to work in small bits? How many of you like to have a nice big chunk of time? Because Kat told me that she can only work in a big chunk. She doesn't feel like she can do one thing at a time. Another thing to note, the way I'm painting right now, I'm putting very little pressure on the brush. Physical pressure is important to think about because it really impacts how things come out. Especially in drawing. I feel like in drawing it matters more because the brush is not rigid. You can't press down remotely as hard, but you definitely can do that with a piece of charcoal. So right now, actually, this is a time I'm thinking about structure. I'm thinking about how a lot of these parts of the tree that they have a structure. So it's almost like a joint. It's like an elbow on the tree. That's more what I'm thinking about. Okay, so here I think I finally have that part nailed. Okay, we got to get lower down. I feel like I'm getting kind of stuck in that area. There's this one like really weird wiggly stroke. Trees are so bizarre because you know that they're rigid, but they have these flowy elements that look strange because you know they're rigid, but then they also look like they're just flowing like water sometimes, the way that they're structured. It can look like that. So I'm trying to really pay attention to these minor changes. Also, when you paint lighter, the strokes don't tend to be so blunt. And I find in painting, I really want that sensitivity of the stroke. Oh, I keep missing, where is this? This spot is sort of making me sweat a bit. But this is the part that looks like a leg. I love this one. It looks super drippy. It's a really funny part of the tree. And let's clean up some of these drips because I want to be able to see the form better. All right. Let's see what people are doing in the Discord. Nice. I love that so many people here are posting their work. Michelle is doing an acrylic still life. I love seeing the details. Who here likes seeing these up close? Because I think that there are some people who are not artists who wouldn't care about seeing things so up close. But seeing the blue that's underneath that pink, that's just so lovely. Butter says, first time trying pastel on white paper instead of toned. Let's take a look at some of that texture, Butter. Oh, so light and airy. And some nice muted tones in there, Butter. Moss is going to bed, but Nice and thick. I love how this orange really glows. Okay, we also have hedge, painting projects for the night. Okay, we have a gigantic bug. Oh, I really like the strokes in the fur. That's great. And we have case, still working on yesterday's. Big fan of wet on wet watercolor, letting it choose where it wants to go. How many people like wet on wet? Because I confess, I don't really like wet on wet that much. Maybe it's a control issue. I just really like controlling things, and wet on wet is a little bit too difficult. Sylvia says, trying to paint a portrait. I'm very nervous about it. Go for it. We're here to cheer you on. Okay, here is Sylvia's portrait. Nice work. Getting that structure of the nose. I like how you captured the point of view. Keep going, Sylvia. So much of being an artist is just deciding that you're going to just keep going. Do people here feel that to just keep going is difficult? Because I think it is. It's also the most annoying advice. It's like, just keep going. Like, yeah, I mean, certainly sometimes you need that guidance for sure. But sometimes it is like, don't stop. I mean, there's so many times when people have said, oh, I'm done. And then they work on it more. And I'm like, yeah, that actually looks a lot better. I'm going to get some progress shots for people. And these I am going to upload right now into the Discord, because on the live stream, even though I have my DSLR camera right now, which is a lot better, you still will get a much better photo if you go into the Discord. So I'm going to be posting those. It's in the Art Marathons channel, everybody. And this is a picture of the Geneva acrylics. So if anybody wants better, crisper images of what I'm doing, happy to keep posting those throughout the marathon. And everybody, you can keep posting in that channel. You don't have to wait until it's during a live stream, because my hope is that we just keep sharing through the whole week what people are working on. It does not have to be what I'm doing here in the live stream. Another butt says, what's Discord? Am I getting old? Don't worry, we're all getting old. The Discord is a chat forum, and it's a great place to come and interact with us, because that's the best part of this community. I mean, yeah, it's nice to watch videos, but it's very different to interact. The Discord is where we do all kinds of things. For example, this is where we hold the workshops. These are 2-week-long workshops. They are 2 weeks of live support, not live support, 3-hour live session. That's what I was trying to say. But then we also have things like Art Club. This is in the Discord as well. And this is where you pay a monthly fee and you get access to voice sessions with staff. I do critiques in there. We have open studio sessions. When you join the Discord, it's awesome. Who here is in the Discord? And everybody, tell everybody how awesome it is in there. I mean, you can say if you don't like it, but I would assume you didn't join if you didn't like it. Yes, Carla, you don't improve if you don't work through the difficult ones. Push through. Sometimes it feels fruitless to push through. But one thing that I've done a lot, when a piece is starting to frustrate me, I'll say, let me give it another hour. It's not a huge time commitment. Sometimes after another hour, I'm like, wow, I'm glad I stuck with it. Other times, nothing's changed. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. That's still worth the effort to find out maybe it could get better. Yes, good point, Randy. It's a private social media website, more insular than Twitter. And then the other thing about our Discord is that it's not a performance space. It's not like Instagram where people want to show off. It's a learning space, and that's extremely different. In a lot of the workshops, I really, really encourage people to show off their mistakes, their beginning parts of the process. because we don't get to see that. People don't share that type of thing on social media. And the Discord, anybody can join. You don't have to be somebody who's in a workshop to join. Everybody can join. And we have all kinds of channels in there. But once you get in there, we can help you. So a lot of people I know are intimidated by the Discord. Once you get into the server, which is easy, you just get a Discord account and then you use our invite link to get into our server. We have a wonderful team of moderators and myself and staff, and we work very hard to make sure that the Discord is a safe, inclusive space, that it is well run, and love for you to join. Okay, here we have proof. Renee says, come to the Discord. I'm an old lady and I figured it out, and it's so helpful and supportive. Cool, Addie and DJ Poopy. I'm so glad. Casey as well, because you'll get more interaction with us. I'm in there every day. We also have, Mark says long filberts are still made. I use regularly, but have to order, not in stores. Where do you get them? Oh, they're at Jackson's Art. Ugh, I don't want to pay all the shipping fee. I'll look it up. Can somebody see for me where you find them? Alexander says Jerry's Artorama, Mimic Kolinsky. I really need new brushes. My brushes are a wreck. Crispy says, went to Oahu, Hawaii, for the first time, despite living... Oh, you live on the Big Island. I didn't get to go to the Big Island in October, and the landscapes were so gorgeous. Valen Tara says, I know a guy who goes to a, quote, atelier, and he said, Rembrandt didn't draw very well? Oh my gosh. If I ever meet that guy, we're going to have a fight. Oh, okay, June, let me spell Alberto Giacometti for you. I think somebody typed it, but I'm just going to put it in there just in case. Giacometti is much better known for his sculptures, but I love his drawings. We also have, thank you everybody for being here and participating. I mean, I'm having such a great time. Tell me in the comments who's having fun. Ginger says, I'm so focused right now. We have a question from another butt. Do people actually buy art anymore? I mean, besides millionaires? They do. I think it's just that most of us have no idea, myself included, just how freaking big the world is. I don't think people buy it as readily as they do something at Target, because I think, oh my God, it got so drippy. What the heck? No, that's bad. Oh man, hang on a sec. I gotta fix this. This is so annoying. I think I used too much medium. I mean, I'll take the blame. Okay, that's better. I think a lot of people, it doesn't occur to them to buy from an independent artist. However, I do think social media has made that much better. I think there's so many independent sellers, not just art, but just stuff in general, who run really big businesses on their own. And I think there's more visibility for that because of social media. One of the positive things about social media. But I also know a lot of people don't know any artists or wouldn't think or haven't found them because of the algorithms or whatever. But yeah, people do buy art. It's just that it's oftentimes in places we don't expect. I think somebody told me that they put down, quote, serious money at a Comic-Con. And a lot of Comic-Con is all independent artists as well. And so going to events like that can be really fun. And people who are asking about the Discord, the information is in the video description below. We have a page on our website that shows you step by step exactly how to do it. And then we also have the invite link. But mostly you just have to get in there. Once you get in there, we will help you as much as possible. Okay, so Derek says Rosemary and Company has every brush you can possibly think of. I am going to make a note about that. I've never heard of Rosemary and Company. Is it in the US? Isaac says, happy to be here. Love your oil pastel videos. Fantastic. Brittany says, here in Atlanta, Georgia, there's an art gallery for low-income disabled artists to show their finished art. That's great. I mean, there's so many local galleries and arts organizations probably in your town. I mean, it depends on where you live, obviously, but those are great places to find that. Yeah, and I want to make a point here for everybody to remember is that when you buy work from an artist, just think about how meaningful that is to them. Tell me in the comments who here has sold artwork before and what did it mean to you that somebody bought it? Because it's just, it doesn't care. I mean, they do care financially if you buy something, but an artist, when you buy something from us, it's incredibly meaningful. Okay, Rosemary is in the UK. I guess I got to get over to the UK. Okay, let's get back into the painting. Gosh, I feel like this one's even slower than yesterday. I hope this doesn't feel like a bummer to you guys that this just takes so long. But you know something? Painting and any art in general, it puts me in another place because most of the time when I'm doing other work, a lot of it's not that fun. Doing spreadsheets and schedules and bleh, not so fun. But I don't know, time disappears for me when, oh, maybe I shouldn't use the solvent at all. That never occurred. Oh, maybe I should do that. Let's try the straight paint. Maybe I won't have so much drippiness. I guess it didn't occur to me to do that. But see, that's really dark. I don't really want it that dark. Okay, let's go back to the medium. I'm just going to use less medium. Yeah, I don't like how dark that is. It's not as drippy, but I don't like the way that looks. Okay, this is an anchor point right there. A bit more bulgy. I feel like this bulge is very important. Okay, so now we're getting a more dramatic slope. It's still bigger than it is in my thumbnail. Is it? It is. But you know what? I'm going to leave it. I mean, all of these parts are just, ugh, it's taking so long. Oh, actually, this one's a little lower. Put it more like that. Oh, the little bump is up here. Let's move that. Yeah, that's better. I guess what I'm looking for is, quote, joints in the wood. because that really is a joint, in my opinion. This leg is not big enough. I feel like I'm being a little too picky. I probably shouldn't be. I don't know. It's like part of me is like, don't do that. But then I need a good drawing. I don't feel very put together. Oh, actually, let's move this one even further down. Okay, that feels better. Okay. That placement I think is going to be fine. Actually, it's not that curly. A little more scraggly. Like that. It's a random bunch. Yeah, I know it looks like nothing's happening, but it makes sense to me. Isn't that the only thing that matters? So, if people really like these marathons, we can do more. Because I think when I do a one off art along, I mean, they're fun, but I do think there's something cool about the continuity of it. I mean, the continuity is helping me. Sometimes if I do a standalone art along, it just feels sort of random and it's not that satisfying because I don't have enough time to really make progress. I mean, of course, sometimes a standalone art along is a good thing because maybe I'm trying a different material and I don't really want to spend that much time on it. But I feel like I'm getting a lot more out of this than a standalone art along. Oh, here's an important spot. Okay, here we have sort of the structure of the bottom. Yeah, that's a very okay. Like that. Oh, it's actually more round. It's sort of like comes downwards. That's better. So this is like a nice big chunk of earth. I'm going to ignore some of the things up here for a little while. Looks like I really have to beef up the paint here. I think it's just getting too drippy. Okay, there's this big wooden structure there. I guess there's this one thing that sort of juts out a little bit. Okay, let's go back and use some thicker paint to solidify more what's happening up here. Gosh, it seems to be a mistake that I'm doing a lot, which is just adding too much solvent. I think this one's especially standing out because the paint already has the solvent in it. Well, it's not solvent, but it's the medium. Okay, so we're doing another pass this time with thicker paint. So things are dripping everywhere. Okay, here's a spot. This particular branch, it looks very rigid. I'm trying to ignore the smaller strokes because we need more structure first. It's starting to get there. Oh, the background. What the heck? What's happening? Oh, okay. Here is where the hill begins. And I'm going to have it slope down more. Here's where I had it before, but I'm going to erase that Although maybe it should be flatter. It's hard. It's got a little bit of a slope. It's not a totally perfect diagonal. Okay, that's feeling better. Let me just look at it from a distance. I think the tree's too wide. It didn't look that wide up close. Let me see. But maybe it's good it's wide. Isn't that the whole point? Oh, that's better. Okay, I like that. That fixed it. And actually, I want this to be a little bit more diagonal. Because the whole thing about this is I want it to have the look that the tree continues to the upper right corner. Actually, let me tilt it up because a lot of you can't see right now what's happening. That upper corner. Show a little more. There we go. Okay, let's beef up a couple of these spots. Like this needs definitely more drama value. And here I'm not using any solvent. I'm just going straight on. And right now I am trying to mush my brush a little more in different directions. That's why I'm holding it like this. All right, I guess I shouldn't have used any solvent. It really doesn't need it. This paint is so nice and juicy. So if anybody here decides to try these, you don't really need solvent. All right, I think I'm going to just do a quick pass of the trees. I don't know how close I'm going to be with the trees. I just want to get something back here because there's these like lighter green trees up here. But I might want more sky. Maybe I'll minimize the trees. Give it one more sky. Yeah, I want a bigger one. Okay, let's really cut back on the trees. I want to have more of a clearing because this is so complex. All right. I'll get a photo in here, and I will be, again, posting the photos in the Discord so people can take a look. And I am doing some close-up shots for people to see as well. And then you can see better how that looks. So a reminder, you will see here in the Discord, for those of you who are wondering, this is where I'm going to go in and I'm going to post some more updates. So you can see here, I just posted that image. And I'm also going to post, these are some close-ups you can all see. So now I've posted some of these images, and then you can zoom in and you can really see the brushwork. Another reason to get into the Discord so you can see that degree. I just love this. Seeing a painting right up close and experiencing what that feels like. Look at this. This is Tara, who says progress. I believe this is digital. Let's take a look. Great contrast. Everybody see how soft this is, but then you get up here and it's a lot more rigid. Like this looks very crusty by comparison. Because I want to share all the stuff that people are doing, and this is the best way to do it. So happy lesson. Wow, a lot of progress. Isn't it satisfying to see everybody's progress? It's just one of my favorite parts of teaching. It's like you see where people begin and where they end up, and so much wonderful layering in here. And Marie says, I'm getting more out of the marathon in that I can continue working on my work in a very concentrated period of time. Exactly. I am experiencing the exact same thing. Addie says, not sure how to handle hair, but I'm having fun. Hair is very difficult. For a lot of people, it's hard for us to get past the idea of individual strands of hair. But what I like to do, Addie, is I will try to make clumps. Like here's a clump, there's a clump. So you have to group it in a way. You have to look at the mass. Don't look at the individual strokes. This is from Lisa, 6 quick gestural thumbnails. Oh, it's so fun looking at the marks. They have such different gestures. I mean, this one almost looks like it's collapsing. This one seems more upright. And this one looks like it's going upwards. It's such a simple thing, but incredibly different results. What is this? Rowan? What? It looks like a dog toy or something. Can anybody identify this? What is going on? Oh my gosh, I saw something like this at Blick today. See this part? But it didn't have the whole container, Rowan. It just had the bottom part. It's supposed to help you wash your brushes better. Silver Song is doing bamboo pen. I like the ink. Now if I could just find the rest of my nibs. Oh, this is so beautiful. Look at these wonderful fluid leaves. I'm just blown away by the diversity that we have. I mean, I really think we're an extraordinary platform in that we are not catering to one age. I mean, we have people in the server who tell me I'm 90. I talk to parents who say, my kid really likes your channel. Oh, it's portable brush cleaner. And that one looks better than the one I saw, which was just this thing you put on your hand. It doesn't seem like the most practical thing. Randy's asking, do you listen to any type of music when you make art? Yes, I do. Mostly Moulin Rouge because of Aaron Tveit, but I do listen to the Greatest Showman soundtrack. Hugh Jackman's on it. So Lunja is asking, is a professional sign on the back of the canvas when selling? I've heard multiple conservatives and artists saying it's very bad for conservation, but a mid-career artist I know does it anyway. Listen to those conservators, they're right. Even if you sign the back of a canvas, I'm talking about a stretched canvas. If you draw on the part of the raw canvas on the back, even with a Sharpie marker, that is going to get into the raw canvas. I mean, I don't know why you'd want to sign the back. Most people want to sign the front. I mean, I guess once in a while I've signed prints on the back, but in printmaking, there's a very particular way you're supposed to sign your prints. But if conservators are telling you that, I would listen to them. I don't think the other artist is going to know as well. Oh, here's an option. Andrew says on the side or on the back. You can. I'm not saying you can't. It's just if it interferes with the archival nature of your work, that's a bad thing. Oh, Butter says if that is a bristle cone pine, then it is a very old tree. Loon just says, I love how curated every stroke feels. This is probably the difference between me and a professor. No, it's my brain meandering. I mean, that's how I feel when I make work. I'm just like, oh, maybe this way. It's sort of like wandering in the desert with no map and saying, oh, maybe this will be good. It's not as, I guess, deliberate as it might appear. Thank you, Ginger. Good reminder. You are being way too picky for how early in the painting you are. Make a mess. I love all the advice everybody's giving me because these are all things I know. I know I'm supposed to do that, but I don't always remember. Alexandria says, this is the point I turn the canvas upside down to make sure I'm on scale. I never really do that, but it's a way to get a fresh look on your painting. So a lot of people here are talking about selling their work. Lisa says, I get buzzed if someone wants a piece regardless of money. Yeah, that's a whole other thing that somebody is out there in the world who is willing to take the time to appreciate you. Because something I've learned doing all this stuff on YouTube, and tell me in the comments if you think this is true. I think ultimately all artists just want to be seen. I mean, yes, the money would be nice. Of course, we'd like to pay for all those art supplies and more. But if we just remove all the material stuff, I think we just want to be seen. And that's one of the reasons why we are really attentive in the Discord. We really want people to be seen. And if you post something in the Discord, we really want to make sure everybody gets a reply. And it's really nice. We have wonderful moderators, and we have a chat that's just for the moderators and staff, and they'll say, oh, nobody replied to this person, can one of us jump in and do it? And that's a big part of letting all of you feel seen. So I hope you feel seen. I know there's a lot of you, and I would love to get to know all of you much better than is possible, but I really want that to happen for our audience. I want you to feel seen by us. So another butt is asking, I know there's a further conversation about signing. I rarely do, but if I am putting it into a show or if I know I'm going to sell it, absolutely. And you know why? Because I once sold a painting and it was at a gallery. It was a big painting. It was like 4 feet by 4 feet, and I didn't sign it. And so the person had me go to their house and sign it. It's like, oh, that's why you want to sign your work. Harvey's asking, am I doing a different painting every day? I don't quite know the dry time for each of these paints because all of the oil paints I'm using, I've never used them before. And also because I'm using the solvent-free fluid, I also don't know how long this takes to dry. My thinking is I'm going to start 3 paintings, but we'll see how long they take to dry. It's possible I may, let's just say, finish one. Who knows? The one I'm doing on day 4, I started on a live stream a long time ago. Oh my God, it's probably like well over a year and a half. That one's further along, so I'll be able to do more. But it's mostly the dry time. We'll see how it goes. Carla says, I'm so inspired by this whole live stream. This is what I needed. I'm having fun. Oh, good. I'm so glad to hear that. Great comment from Suna. I think ultimately all humans want to be seen in one way or another. Absolutely. It's not just artists. And I do know a lot of people, a lot of artists especially, we feel like when we share our work or show it somewhere that we're shouting into a void. And that never feels good. To put an effort into something you're making, for it to not be seen, to feel like you're yelling and nobody's paying attention, it doesn't feel good for most of us. Now, of course, it depends on the person. Some people really don't want to show their work at all, and that's fine. But I think a lot of us feel that way. Harry says, do you use art history references in your work to communicate messages or conversations through time? Not so much. I might be thinking about an artist, but I don't do it the way, say, there's a Rolling Stone cover. It's by Kadir Nelson. And the composition is a direct reference to Delacroix's Liberty Leading the People. It's a very famous painting by Delacroix. I don't do anything like that. But art history is a huge impact on what I do, for sure. Quiet Zone says, I watch a lot of gallery walks on YouTube. It seems like none of those artworks seem to be signed on the front. I mean, I don't know what those videos are like, but I would guess that a lot of them probably they're not showing it or something. I mean, if it's in a gallery, usually they have a list of the artworks in the gallery, and that's where they put the prices and titles and stuff like that. Depends on the gallery. Okay, so Hibiscus Tea says it's a paint cup. Paint puck? Why is it a puck? Like hockey puck? Okay, question from June. Do you think people want to see paintings signed more than drawings? I don't think it has to do with the media. I think it's context. So if you're working with a gallery, like a high-end gallery, that's a whole different world than if you're buying from somebody who's selling at Comic-Con, like an independent artist. It's also different for printmaking. I mean, printmaking has a very specific structure. You're supposed to sign in a particular place. And there's also information about artist proof or edition number and things like that. And I think a lot of us don't realize that so much of art is about context. I feel like when I got out of art school, I had this mindset that, okay, if I make my work amazing enough, it will do well. And I kept thinking it was about my skill set, and it still is. I'm not saying it's not. But so much art, you can take the exact same thing, put it in a different context, and has a different meaning. Actually, here's a good example. Has anybody here seen Mark Dion's work? Let me put his name into the comments. Mark Dion is a contemporary artist, and there was an article about him in the New York Times, and they were saying that he got from some family some old house that he was going to use as a place to show his art on a permanent basis, because all of his work in the past has been like installations where they've had to like take things down and stuff like that. And I've seen Mark Dion's work and I think it's fascinating. But the thing is, as I read the article, the way they were describing things, I was like, he's basically so similar to an antiques collector because of the way that he does things. And I'm just basing this on the newspaper article. Like, if you look at his stuff in other places, it's not the same. But in the context of this particular New York Times article, the way it was worded, it made him sound like he was an antiques collector. But the thing is, he is a recognized artist. Where's the line? For a lot of people, there is no line. Oh, Paint Puck is a brand thing. Harry's asking, is his work similar to ready-mades? Not quite, because I have not seen a ton of his work in person, so I don't know that I'm the best person to talk about, but a lot of it is about history, and I think a lot of his pieces almost feel like, I don't want to say Natural History Museum display because I feel like that's not quite what it is, but a lot of the objects are like that. How about some of you guys look up Mark Dion? Look at the New York Times article. I think it came out like yesterday. And tell me what you think. All right, let's get back into this. I guess I should get into the color. I think I'm going to just wipe down some of this stuff. I know, Ginger. I'm being too picky. Can't help it. Like, I can't take my own advice. Yeah, I better just start. Okay. Let's mix up. I think I want to paint the background first. You'll notice I did the same thing with the cherries yesterday, that I feel like it's, quote, faster to do the background first. Because I think sometimes when we start with the subject, we end up leaving the background for later. How many of you here like to start with the subject or the background, or maybe you do a little bit of both? But I'm going to look at it for a bit. Oh, I got to stop. It's ridiculous. And by the way, everybody, you can leave us a tip, support us in any way you possibly can. We are so appreciative of that, because you know something, these marathons, this marathon, it would not have happened if people hadn't bought me all those supplies. So all of you made this marathon happen, and I'm so incredibly grateful for that. I wish we were past needing support, but nope. Before I start again, let me just check the focus on this, because I feel like maybe now that it has paint, it's a little bit different. Actually, a little bit here. Okay. Very happy. I finally hooked up my DSLR. I had to get this thing called an Elgato Can Link, and that's what's let me stream live with my DSLR. By the way, how many people here have done video in association with their work? I know a lot of artists are feeling a lot of pressure to do that right now, which I know is very frustrating. But there are ways to make it fun, so it's not something you resent. I think that's usually the issue, is when you feel like it's an obligation, it can be really tiresome. Let's go to my other references. Okay, so in terms of color, I'm not really going to use the color from the original reference, which looks like this. Instead, I'm going to use this reference, which is from Red Rock Canyon, and that is in southern Utah. One thing I really liked about this reference is deep, rich orange. But then does everybody see how, if you really squint, you can see that the shadows at the top, they're a purpley magenta. Actually, you know what it looks like? Lauren has been talking to me a lot about manganese brown. That's sort of what it looks like there. But then I also liked the deep oranges. Lauren talked to me about alizarin orange, which I'd never heard of before. I think she was using it with an RNF pigment stick. But another inspiration for color, how many people here have seen the old Total Recall from 1990 with Arnold Schwarzenegger? And I remember we thought the special effects were amazing when it came out. But there's this scene where they go to Mars. And I pulled up the still today and I thought, oh man, that's more cadmium red deep than I want. I think that the red rock image is closer. However, I do like just how dense this looks. I don't think I'm really looking at the color as much as I'm thinking about how overwhelming this amount of color is. I don't want to do something like this, but I'm thinking I want the earth to have that story to it. I guess I want to mix up an opaque orange. I've got to think about this for a minute. I don't think or maybe I should do, maybe I just need to throw down some orange. I don't know, but maybe the background would help me more. Let's try the background. I think I want to do a very, very pale blue. And then the trees, I'm going to make a very pale green. They're not going to be as dark as they are in the photo because I really want to push the emphasis on the tree. All right, let's mix up a very pale, cool blue. I'm going to mix a blue that makes this feel a little bit more green. Okay, let's try the titanium white. Where's my palette knife? I just had it. What the heck? I need my palette knife. I can't do this without my palette knife. What the heck? And by the way, I did find the alizarin crimson. It had crawled underneath my palette. What the heck? I can't do this without my palette knife. Maybe I have to use the crappy one that I don't like. Where is it? All right, I guess I have to use the crappy one. If it's even in here. Oh, there's my makeup brush. Where is it? Wait, I thought it was in... All right, I have to get up and find my palette knife. I was just using it. Maybe it's time for everybody to get a snack while I try to find my palette knife. It's like the story of my life. I can't ever hold on to things. Everybody, this is a problem. It was just here. See, I keep extra palette knives here. Is it downstairs? Where did I leave it? I wish you were all here to find my palette knife for me. I can't paint without my palette knife. All right, we have to go into the closet. Oh my God. What's going on here? Guys, I can't find it. Okay, you know what we're going to do? We're going to procrastinate for a minute. And we're going to do some unboxing because I just got some supplies. Maybe it crawled under. Oh my God, there it is. I found it. It was the same place that the Listerine Crimson was yesterday. I guess that's the place for art supplies that hide. Okay, we'll do the unboxing in a little bit. Okay. Color. Pale, cool blue. I guess I'll mix the ultramarine. Well, this set only has one blue. Let's see how strong the ultramarine is. I'm just going to put the tiniest little bit. Oh, the white. This is nice, creamy white. It's not buttery the way the Michael Harding is because it is so thin, but it is smooth. Okay, let's do some swatches. I think I need a little more. It's a little bit too white. All right, well, if I ever lose a supply during the marathon, I know where to look. It's like the place where art supplies go to hide from me. Let's try that again. I feel like it's kind of boring. But I don't have any other colors here. I'm just going to go for that. And by the way, everybody, I'll post a picture of these swatches up close, and I'm going to put that into the Discord so everybody can see the comparison. I know it looks like it's just the tiniest difference, but to me, I see it. I did. I found it. There it is. I guess I do have to figure out how much of the trees, because I'm going to paint in between. Okay. So that will help me figure out what's happening there. We'll use one of my big filberts. And this time I'm not going to add any solvent. Let's just see what it's like on its own. Oh, weird. How do I describe it? It doesn't feel like when I put it in my brush, it doesn't feel like oils in the same way. Well, I guess because it's just not that stiff. Like I can see that it's the texture in the strokes, it doesn't have the same bite that I see with thicker oil paints. Maybe I'll try doing some of this a little bit thin because I had fun yesterday showing some of the cadmium red. I just want to... Oh, wow, I need a lot more color. I barely mixed any. I guess I should just really load up on the white. Okay. Let's get a nice big batch. Who here uses a palette knife, and what do you use it for? Because I thought that they were just for mixing, but then I found out later how wonderful they are to paint with. Okay, there I'm just going to add a nice big chunk. Okay, and let's try spreading that around. There is a big hunk of tree here. All right, we're going to try smushing more, everybody. Here, I'm not going to be very defined about the edges. So this is what I mean by smushing my brush. Let's see what happens if I remove it the rag. I don't know if I need the solvent or not. Oh, I like that. Oh, that's really cool. It's sort of like what I was doing yesterday when I was trying to move things around with the rag. Maybe I'll just do the rag. I don't know. I seem to get in trouble every time I use that medium. So this is the more opaque part. But actually, I'm going to make the tree a little shorter. Okay, now here is the edge of the tree. I guess my personal taste would be the thicker paints. I thought this would be my thing, but I guess now that I'm doing it, I feel like I'm fighting how thin the paint is. It's totally a personal taste thing. I mean, some people might really enjoy it. I'm trying to be looser. So here I'm trying to define the edges, the silhouette of the tree. I mean, I'm not really sure what to think of this because when I've done landscape, it's always been with watercolor when I've done plein air. I really haven't done an oil landscape in the same way. But I am thinking about Winslow Homer's painting on a lee shore. Somebody look it up. That painting is at the RISD Museum, and it's truly extraordinary. The brushwork, oh my God. Brushwork is just incredible. Okay, so now I'm going to go back in, play with these edges of the tree a little bit more. Try to keep it pretty loose. So now we have more of the contour of that. But in that Winslow Homer painting, the way he paints the water is just extraordinary. By the way, tell me in the chat, speaking of landscape painters, do you have any landscape artists or painters, doesn't have to be painters, that you really like? Winslow Homer, definitely up there for me. But I also really like John Constable. I mean, who doesn't like Turner? I feel like I'm trying to think of some landscape artists who are not those run of the mill. I do like the landscapes that Alexis Rockman does. He's a contemporary artist, and his paintings are, I guess, dystopian images. So if you guys look up Alexis Rockman, maybe some of you will like his work. I'm not looking at the reference photo much because I want to play with the marks a little bit more. Actually, let's make the tree a little bit smaller because that should help me with depth. If the tree gets too big, I'm not going to have that depth as much. Yeah, let's make it a lot smaller. Okay, that I like. Now, the plants, these are different. These are leaves that are actually in front. They have sort of an upward motion. Let's get back in there. So that's the upward motion I'm thinking about. Maybe up here, let me try some solvent. Let's see if I can move it around a little bit. I'm not sure I really like the rag. Well, I don't really like that either. Yeah, I think I'm going to keep it nice and thick. And I'll pick a couple spots to go very thick. Maybe up here. So that way, not everything is the same thickness. I do like building this up, especially down here at the bottom. That's where it's very close to the tree. Okay, I'm surprised by my tree. It shrunk. And I'm going to post a photo of that tree into the Discord because, again, you're not going to be able to see it that well. I'm going to zoom way in so you can all really see that. Okay, so again, this is going into Discord. If anybody wants to check it out, it is in the Art Marathons channel. Okay, I'm going to build up a little bit more. So something I do often is I just pick up the paint like this, just so it gets more consolidated. Because I think up here I do want thickness. I'm happy with the way the tree's coming. I wasn't totally sure what I was going to do with that. All right. Let's see what people are saying in the chat. Check your apron. Yeah, that probably would have been a good place to check. Mina says, I love Paul Kenton's paintings. Love his cityscapes, but the nature ones are also great. Oh, I never heard of him. Neil's asking about the artist who does charcoal drawings of clouds. I think you're talking about... How did I forget her name already? Hillary Brace. That's her name. Selena says Orla Stevens from Scotland. Oh, I would love to go to Scotland. Oh my God. I want to go to Ireland and paint plein air because I know Ireland's not Scotland, by the way. It's just they're nearby, so I go to both. Alexandria says, love seeing art created in real time. Not that I don't also enjoy the time-lapse views, but the real-time creation is great for seeing how choices happen. Oh, it's so many choices. And some of them take a really long time. Hedge says, I actually have a couple of videos, but only one is a painting. The other ones are from sales exhibitions for Christmas. That's great. Lisa, I thought the white ran off with your red. Well, apparently the palette knife was going to elope from the alizarin crimson. Yes, I did find the alizarin crimson. It was in the same spot. Harry's asking, have you ever thought about putting your tools on a large single clip of hook and chain, or would that be too restricting? You mean as a storage thing? I guess I'd worry that it would all fall on the floor. Caribou, yes. I love the old Total Recall. There's some really good lines, which I'm not going to utter here because some of them have swear words. So Hutchin says, why don't you move the webcam view to the top right instead of the bottom left where it kind of blocks the painting? Yeah, unfortunately, I can't change that. That's part of StreamYard, which is the software that we're using, and they don't give you the option to put it somewhere else. Yeah, sorry about that. All right, so Courtney says, collapsible paint puck is amazing. Blick carries it. What? Andrew just came back from Ireland? Oh, I need a giant pile of money. I can travel more. All right, let me get a photo of the painting where it's at. But you know something? I feel better about the pacing today. I think yesterday I was nervous. And also, I was a little bit discombobulated just because I haven't painted in such a long time. But you know something, everybody? I am really liking the solvent free stuff. It makes me think, why doesn't everybody do this? I mean, I do miss liquid and I do miss some of the other types of mediums. One of my favorite oil medium recipes, and it wasn't a good one because it had a lot of fumes, was stand Damar varnish and gum turps. The gum turps did not smell good. I was in school though, and we had ventilation. But the gum turps you need to dissolve the Damar varnish in this particular recipe, and I loved that oil medium. The thing I would say about the solvent-free oil medium, or solvent-free oil painting in general, it just feels really oily. I guess that's the thing. Because if you have solvent, like Gamsol is solvent, you can get it really, really thin. But from my experience with the paint so far, it just feels like super oily. And maybe I just have not figured out quite yet how to make that work for me. But that's the one thing that I'm really noticing right now. Yeah, you don't need gum turps, Neil. They're bad for you. Okay. Actually, I think I need to do a little bit more up here because I don't think that's the end of the trees. And I did want the image to breathe a little bit more because in the reference photo, it's just really dense tree, but I don't really want that. Let's go in and do a little bit more. because I do want this to be better defined. Yeah, so okay, this edge is very well defined. That's right up against that. I guess the tree has to be even thinner. I think to figure out I need to do a little bit of redrawing. I feel like some of this is a little bit confusing because I have, okay, we have this big one which comes down. Okay, we have that one. Oh, this one's not close enough. I got to move that over. By the way, tell me in the comments, speaking of landscape, what is the landscape like where you live? Because one thing that I realized about living in Utah is the landscape here, it's like a way of life. And I never really had that experience in Massachusetts because Massachusetts doesn't really have landscape that's that exciting. And here, because the sports are such a big thing, the skiing, and my spouse does skate skiing, it's like it really does determine how people live their lives. And I never really lived in a place like that before. So tell me in the comments, what kind of place do you live in? Is it warm? I mean, I don't miss the East Coast for the weather. The East Coast weather's the worst. You know why it's really bad? Because it'll get cold and then it'll get warm and all the snow will melt. And then it gets cold again and everything freezes. We don't have that crap here in Utah. I am very happy we don't have that. Because the thing I like about Utah for weather is that it gets cold, but it stays cold. It doesn't do this cold, hot crap that you get in the East Coast. Because the whole thing about Utah, and I've said this to people, like, I swear the sky is bigger in Utah. It feels bigger to me. I mean, I know it's the same sky everywhere, but it doesn't feel like that. It feels like a whole different sky that I'm looking at. Okay, yeah, here is where I'm going to add a little pocket where we can get more sky back there. So I think this will be helpful because it's going to really open up what I can do. Because before, this was all tree. And now I'm opening it up quite a bit. Yeah, so here we have going around. I guess I should have some small trees down here. And again, using the rag. And actually, a lot of these trees have stuff like inside where it sort of breathes a little bit more. So I'm going to add a couple of those spots too. Yeah, I think that's better. Let me just build up some of the density here. The other thing is when I was living in Rome, I just remember thinking it was strange that they don't really have seasons like we do on the East Coast. And I remember thinking at one point to myself, wow, it's the same all the time. Like, it's always nice. It's always warm. And I never really lived in a place like that. Okay, so these bits I am going to toss into the Discord so you can all see the progress. Let's take a look at what is in the Discord. All right, DB making some wonderful progress on that purple underpainting. I think it's working well, especially where the purple is really interacting with some of the black. Rowan has a full setup. Sweet. All right. Oh, this is awesome. So you've got me over here. That's your reference, and that's your painting. Oh, I really like these maroons. And then the blue looks so frosty. And really lively brushwork on this side, Rowan. Ah! That's my mic. What the heck? Come on. This is why I need that other mic. This one keeps falling. Tell me in the chat, do you like seeing other people's work in the Discord or in other places? I do think it's different in the Discord because it's people that you will interact with more. I mean, it depends. Some people will just come and look. That's fine. I think being a lurker is a good way to do it. So here's coffee. Oh, you are loving those reds. And I do like these little spots of pink. Butter is starting to add the blues. Oh, I love how you see it undulating. It's like a darker blue, more of a gray, gets a little yellow over here, some very subtle shifts. Well, and if you've been in the Discord, what do you guys get from seeing the progression? Because here we have Addie, who has posted the progression. And I think the main issue, people often on social media, they don't get to see this. But isn't this so informative to look at those early strokes and how Addie constructed the face, and then seeing the addition of color. Now here, adding this very dramatic contrast, and then here really working on the texture. To me, those early stages are incredibly important because the whole goal of what we're trying to do here, I mean, it's education. I know there are some channels, their focus is on entertainment, but we're totally education. This is Michelle. Oh, look at that subtle shift. And then these little dots on top, and that green really pops. Nice work, Michelle. Okay, Tara is also making more progress. Oh, cool. Looks like you've started to get some of the trees in there. And that's really starting to enhance the color. Starving Artist says, very first paint making experiment, ultramarine blue watercolor. Oh, I've never made paints before. Has anybody here made paints? I really want Andrew Raftery to show me how he makes those chalk pastels by hand. They're really funny. They look like little Cheetos. Hedge says, forces to take a break from the painting. Does anybody else here have a pet watching the marathon? I thought Buddy was going to come in and keep me company, but he's not. Sylvia, so much progress. Wow. Oh, I really like the brushwork in the hair. You see how it's flowing? It feels like it's moving because of the brushwork. Very cool. Keep sharing, everybody. Oh, Salinas. Yellow, probably not the best choice, but it was for a bluish bird, so we're going with it. I've never done yellow as an underpainting before. Oh, I like this cute little pattern. Is that washi tape? Love it. Okay. Oh, Suna says, I just made lake pigments from flowers for the first time. It's so interesting. Deep magenta roses turned into a deep bluish green pigment. Oh, I mean, there's a whole universe of people working in textiles and dyes, and oh, I love it. Oh, okay, it is washi tape, whatever's on sale. KC says, I mixed Nihonga paints, but that's different than making oils and watercolors. What are those, Casey? I've never heard of that before. Brittany's asking, what do you think about the water-soluble oil paints that are out there for sale? I've only tried the Winsor Newton ones, and the only reason I have them is because the company sent me some. They were okay. I wasn't a huge fan. I didn't feel the need to work with them a lot after that. However, some people have told me that the Cobra water mixable oils are much better. Has anybody here used the water mixable oils before? I'd have to try the Cobra before I really give an official answer. But they're a good option. But I think between the two, I'd rather do this. I'd rather do the solvent-free oil medium with oil paints than water mixable oils. Again, it was that feel in my brush. I can't explain it. People who have painted with oils, do you know what I'm talking about? That oil painting feel in your brush. It's just so it's like painting with rubies. I don't know. There's something about oil paint which is just so beautiful. Oh my god, the humidity is the worst. I was in Japan 2 summers ago and I thought I was going to die. I don't know how they live with that humidity. Oh, gelato. Oh. Actually, there may be an Art Prof related thing with Italy. I can't give any details, but there might be. We'll see. We also have hedge, big mountains, and steep, beautiful fjords. What is that? I never heard of that before. West coast of Norway. Blue Wren says in Tasmania, the population is very dispersed. So many people live in rural and remote areas. Even people in the cities are very connected to the landscape and they will get outside, rain or shine. Oh, it's so different in all these places. I love hearing about this, everybody. Oh, southern Utah. Case says it's very deserty and warm colors. Well, see, the thing about Utah, it's not humid, it's a dry heat, which is so much better than humidity. Butter. My brain had gum derps. Selena says, I really enjoyed painting with oils, but I'm so impatient. That's the main reason I wanted to learn gouache. Same vibes, less dry time. Oh, by a lot. If I'm doing oils, I definitely need to have a couple paintings going at once. I'd say minimum 3 because you're right. I mean, like I love layers, but I need stuff to dry. And at least so far, I have not found that there's a solvent-free option for something like Liquin, which speeds the dry time. If anybody here knows something like that, let me know. I went to the store today at Blick and I didn't see anything, although I did find some spike lavender oil. I think it was made by something called like Chelsea Studios. I don't know. It was some brand that I'd never heard of before. But this little bottle of spike lavender oil was like $50. I was like, are you crazy? No way. Oh, so Angela has water soluble oil paint Schminke Norma Blue. I've never tried Schminke before. And Brittany's asking, do you use any solvents with water-soluble oil paints? When I took a painting class, the professor said they don't have... Oh, okay, I think I'm reading this wrong. Well, I call instructors since they don't have to. No, water-soluble oil paints is all water. At least that's my understanding. They do have mediums that are made for water-soluble oil paint, and I am going to be doing that in 2 days, so you guys can tune in and hear more about that. Neil is asking, isn't alkyd medium a solvent-free way to speed up drying time? I don't know, because they had Galkyd gel made by Gamblin, but I couldn't tell what it was. Okay, so Casey says the spike lavender oil does the same purpose to break down the paint, alternative to mineral spirits. Raphael says, I'm absolutely terrified of starting painting. I don't know where to start, how to start, what to paint, the materials, the technique, really want to get into it. I don't know where to start. Well, the first place to start, Raphael, would be to pick the paint medium that you want to do. I generally don't recommend people start with oil because it's just a lot of supplies and setup. I think watercolor is very accessible, and gouache as well, because they're so easy to clean up. They dry really fast. But I do find with acrylics, there's more stuff to play with. I mean, there's stuff to play with in any of these paint media, but with acrylics, there's just so many different types, and there's a million mediums and stuff like that. But I would decide out of the water-based paints, what do you want to do first? So tell us in the comments, and I bet you anything, a lot of people in here are gonna have some great ideas for you. Mina's asking, have you ever tried citrus oil instead of turpentine? I have not. What is citrus oil? Oh, wait. Tarabu says you shouldn't use water to do the water solubles. Use walnut or safflower. Lunja says, I heard the water-soluble paints are not supposed to be thin with water on canvas, only for cleaning. Oh, whoops. Maybe I was using them wrong. Oh, yes, this is true. Casey says, spike lavender oil has a very intense lavender scent. I heard it can give migraines, I think that's what you're saying, due to the strength of the smell. Citrus spike oil is more mellow. Okay, so Tara says water mixable oils refers to cleaning with soap and water. You can thin with water, but the texture is better with oil. Oh, I guess that's sort of like acrylics, where you can thin with water, but using matte medium is a lot better. Okay. Let's get into more color. I think I need to do the earth. Everybody, we're 2 hours and 18 minutes in. Who here has been here from the beginning? Somebody's told me yesterday, I can't remember what it was they said exactly, but they were like, yeah, I ate dinner and went and saw a movie and came back. It's fun. I know some people have been checking in here or there, which is fun. I'm going to look at that Red Rock Canyon image to take a look at those reds. Gotta find the photo first. Who else has an out of control camera roll? Mine is so bad. And I clean it out ruthlessly. And it's still very difficult. Okay, so let's try to mix. I feel like I should try to mix this paler color, but maybe I should figure out where the orange is going to be. Where do I want that intense orange? Maybe I want it in here. I mean, in the photo, this is dark value, but maybe this is like a dark maroon or something like that. Let's start with that, because I do need the value. Okay, but time to clean my palette first. So this is what I use to clean my palette. It's a window scraper, and you just get it from a hardware store. Very easy to clean the palette with these window scrapers. And this is what I have here is whenever I scrape off a lot of paint, I just have this rag in my lap. And that's where I scrape off the extra bits of paint. That's the other thing is oil painting is just so much cleanup. I mean, with acrylics, the cleanup is so fast by comparison. So that's the other thing is it just takes a lot of time to clean things. After the stream yesterday, I had to like clean the brushes, I had to clean the palette, everything ready for today. Okay, so if we're going to do a maroon, I guess we're going to use the Pyrrole Rubine. Oh, shoot. Is there like a thing on this? Oh, did it not? This is the one I couldn't get it open yesterday. Ugh. Do I need to just like puncture this? I don't want the paint to like go squirting everywhere, because that is bad. Oh, we have to do the unboxing, everybody. Forgot to do it. I'll do it after I've done a little bit more work. If I can ever get this red to open. I think I need a knife. Handy dandy utility knife. I'm just going to cut off the top. Yeah, they have a really tiny hole. I guess because they're so fluid, you can do that. I'm just going to put a swatch of this red. I think I want something a little bit more orange. But I might want to just start out with ultramarine. Let's just do the red. I just want to see what the red looks like. Okay, this is the straight Pyrrole Rubine. Wow. Look at that. It's like wine or blood. It's very thin. It's even thinner than the white and the ultramarine. I'm going to take a photo of this so people in the Discord can see. If you are in the Discord, I would go look at the close-ups because this is something I can't show on the live stream. It's just too difficult. Wow. You can see the transparency of it. Okay, I'm going to mix a little yellow. And again, this is the bismuth yellow. Wow, that one is like really... You know, I'm going to start with the bismuth yellow. I'm going to put a little bit of red because I don't know how strong that red is. Oh my gosh. The yellow is really, really thin. Very, very drippy. Wow, the yellow's so thin. And I definitely felt like with the red, maybe the ultramarine and the white are the thickest so far, but the yellow is super thin. Wow. Okay, that's very different. All right, let's just put this orange down. I just want to see the comparison. I want something in between those two and a little bit darker. Okay, let's take the orange. Let's take all the red. Mix that in there. But now I think I need more yellow. Yeah, the yellow is super thin, you guys. I mean, that's like any other paint where depending on the color, it's thicker. Like yesterday with the Michael Harding, the yellow ochre was very juicy. Like, I'm not used to yellow ochre being that way. Yellow ochre is usually more sticky, more thick. Okay, now to get this darker, I'm going to add a little bit of the ultramarine. Let's just see what happens. Oh, and actually, let me take a picture of the palette so everybody in the Discord, you guys can see the differences between the colors. I hope it's helpful for all of you to see that. I'm the type of person, I really like documenting things. Oh, it turned kind of brown. Let's test it. I think it's a little bit, maybe it needs more red. I think it needs more red. It's turning it to brown. The red is going to make it more maroony, which I think will be better. By the way, tell me in the comments, do you have a favorite orange? Because you know something, I don't think I've ever had an orange on my palette before. I have lots of yellows and I have lots of reds, but I don't think I've ever used a pre-mixed orange. So I'm curious if people have particular oranges that they like. Lauren has mentioned alizarin orange. That was an RNF pigment stick. But I really don't know my oranges. Okay, let's try this. So this has a little more red in it. I'm going to do a little more red. As you can see, a lot of painting is just sitting and thinking. Does anybody else feel that way? Sometimes I feel like I think more than I paint. It's kind of dumb. Okay, let's try this other one. I mean, I could do this all day. Look at the changes. Okay, let's try this one. That might be it. Yes! I'm going to make the swatch a little bigger, but I think that's the color I want. See, it looks orange, but it's still dark and it doesn't feel like brown. I guess that's what I'm looking for. All right, I'm going to post a picture of all the swatches so you can see all of them. And if you zoom in, you'll be able to see the slight differences a little bit better. Yeah, Angie's saying in the Discord, that is deep. We have from LJ some real logical models. Oh my gosh, I have no idea what that is. Lisa's sharing some really cool images by different artists. We have a turkey vulture from Annette. I'll take another look at those in a little bit after I make a little more progress here. Okay, so we're going to go with that. I do need to scrape off some of the colors. So I'm just going to take my palette knife and scrape some of these down. I mean, it's okay if there's some variation. I'm not worried about that. Okay, that's good. All right. You know what? Let me zoom in. Maybe this will make it so you guys can see a little bit more. Does that make a difference for everybody or not? Or was it better before? I just changed the focus so that it's a little bit closer, but I'm not sure if that's making a difference for all of you or not. Okay, we're going to get a big brush for this. Maybe, should I do it? Hake brush? An absurdly gigantic brush? I think I'm going to do it. I'm not going to use any medium. Again, I'm finding that because these already have the medium in them, it's just really not necessary. Okay, Courtney and Harry both say yes. Okay, let's stay there for a little bit while I work this upper area. This feels absurd to use this brush, but hey, gotta live life on the edge, right? It's very brushy. The thing is, you have to go through a lot of paint to really load this up. Okay, that's really fun. I am a fan of this Hake brush. Actually, I am going to put some medium in it because it does require a lot of paint because it's such a big brush. And I'm thinking maybe this will help. How many people like to paint with big brushes? I know sometimes big brushes can be very intimidating, but I find them very freeing. Ooh, and look at these. That's pretty fun. I'm going to take a rag. Let's get rid of some of this because I want this more like downward motion. Oh, isn't that cool? Look at the blue underneath. Oh, that is so awesome. Oh my God, I love that underpainting color is perfect for this. Nice. Isn't that so fun? Oh my God, I am really, really happy I used the Hake brush. Okay, I like that. That's pretty exciting, everybody. That's what I was hoping for, is that it would just make this absurd difference. And actually, this is really nice because there is this one branch here. And does that work? Okay, it goes down here and then it comes down. So it's easy for me to wipe out that branch. Okay, so June says, have you arrived at both at the same time? Wanting to get clarity and looseness. I don't know. I never think it's enough, regardless of what I'm doing. All right, we definitely need some here. I'm picking up a little more solvent. Oh, that's so fun, you guys. Oh my God. I'm like really excited about this. That really helps the downward motion. Ah, I love you, Hake brush. Where have you been my whole life? Okay, let's get in. I need some of that orange. So let's take the red I already have. And let's add a lot of yellow. I might add some white, but I'm not so sure. I just want to see what this yellow, gosh, yellow is super drippy. Oh my God. I don't know how opaque this is going to be. It may need some white because that red is absurd. And let me get a photo of that red so you can all see. We'll get some close-ups so all of you can see better where the underpainting is really showing through. And again, these are going into the Discord. Okay, let's try. Actually, let me change the focus because I think I'm going to work on that lower right-hand corner. Might be too close. There we go. Okay, hopefully that'll make it easier for you to all see. Let me just see what happens. Ugh, that is horrible. Okay, we definitely need some white in there. Ugh, looks terrible. I'm just going to put a little drip. I mean, this is so drippy that it's not actually even that important to squirt them out like I typically do. I find I'm just sort of adding it. Okay, so this is going to give it a little more opacity, but I think it's too bright. So to tone it down in terms of saturation, I'm going to add a little bit of the blue. Looks too green now. Maybe I have to add more red. Ugh, turned totally green. Yuck. Let's try that again. It needs white. Too transparent. Let's see. By the way, everybody, tell me what kind of palette you use. I am definitely a glass palette person. However, I do get freezer paper at the grocery store. It's a really convenient way to use a disposable palette because, you know something, they sell disposable palettes at art stores, but they're way cheaper when you just buy freezer paper. Okay, let's try this. Oh, I don't like that either. I think it needs more red. Let's just dump a whole bunch of red in here. Yeah, it's a little hard to use the palette knife because it is so goopy. I think I do prefer a paint that's not so runny. A little more blue. I think it is a little bit too saturated. Bring it down so it's more of a dull orange. I mean, can you believe how long it takes to get the color you're after? And this isn't even the color that I'm going to end with. I'm definitely going to be doing glazing on top. So I'm really just trying to get a foundation of paint. It's more approximation than it is anything else because I'm really into layers. Okay, let's try it. Oh, that's better. Oh, yes, yes, I like that. Okay, so adding that red was a big difference. Because there's so many different types of palettes that people use. There are some palettes that I think do make your life more difficult than necessary, but it just depends on what's available. I do really like the gloss palette because it's just so easy to clean. That would be my main argument for using the gloss palette, but it's not good in terms of being practical. It's not really something you want to throw into your backpack. So if I'm on site somewhere, I always have a disposable belt instead. Okay, let's dig in with the hake brush. See what happens here. Oh, it's kind of nice that the red is still in the brush. Let me zoom out a little bit. I think that will help. Let me also clean the lens a little bit. I have to get, I need the little thing that I use for my eyeglasses. Okay, this is gonna help. Because I think I can see on the lens it's not great. Let's see if this helps. Okay, let's focus again. Okay, let's go wild. So who just joined? And who has been here for a while? Let me know. Let's do something that's pretty rough looking. I kind of pretty, like I never really made super textured paintings. I feel like most of the paintings I've done, they're pretty realistic and they don't have a lot of texture. So here's an opportunity for me to really play with that. So going in here and pulling out some of those spots, I think will help. So it is sort of a rocky terrain. I'm going to mix one that has more white. Actually, I think I'm going to get in here with a bigger brush. Let's just move the paint around. So here, because my brush is sort of harsh, you can get some of the underpainting showing. Okay, let's get some orange behind. And bring back some of this really intense red. Squeeze things around more. Oh, I feel better about my brush work today. Oh, that's definitely better. A little bit up here. Just to differentiate some of these strokes. Okay, I need to pull back because there's a big leg back here. I'm just going to pull that out. Oh my gosh, that's so fun, you guys. Wiping out the individual legs. Let's do that over here. Oh, let me tilt up the camera. Because now can go in. Oh, that's so fun. Oh my God. Oh, I really like that. Wow. Okay, that is really fun. Oh my God. I was not anticipating that. Feeling that good. Oh, actually, I didn't add stuff here. This is more a pocket of space. Oh, that is really fun. Oh my God. Yes. See, all that decision making was worth it, right? Now, these all need to get painted over at some point, but the point is you can see their trail. You can see where we could pick it up. So this is very helpful in that sense. Oh my God, isn't that's so cool? Oh my God, I was not expecting that. What? I really, really like that, you guys. I'm trying to do some that are barely there and have some that really pop. Like this is one I really want to pop. There's a bunch more. I mean, I don't think these are going to stay blue necessarily, but they're giving me ideas. Okay, we can actually pull some out of here too. Oh, that's super fun, you guys. Oh my God. I'm so excited about this. That is amazing. Actually, a little more white here. This will just open up that back area. Yeah, I think that helps to see some of the sky back there. All right, let's shoot an image for people in the Discord, and I will also shoot some close-ups so you can see better exactly what's going on here, because the color is so fun. Okay, I'm glad I had the warm-up yesterday. Okay. Let's see what's happening in the chat. Michael says, haven't seen the reference photo, even though you've been watching for a while. Well, let's have the comparison, everybody. This is the reference photo. And then I also had the idea of looking at this color from Red Rock Canyon in southern Utah, and also Total Recall, movie from the 90s, and the intensity of the Mars landscape. And in case you missed it, everybody, here are the quick little thumbnails I did. And then this is the final one. I think I'm sort of close to that. I'm definitely closer than I was at the beginning, for sure. Oh, scrape with the end of your brush. I'm getting all these ideas now. Thank you, Ginger. I think it's the turquoise, the acrylic ink. This red would not be like that if we didn't have that as a comparison. Hey, Rachel. Hello, Sonnet. Welcome. There are 133 people watching right now. Okay, lurkers, time to say me in the chat. That's it. You only have to say me. And no pressure. It's fine if you don't want to, but I do love seeing different names. Hibiscus says, I use a sealable plastic palette, but I haven't tried out many kinds of palettes yet. I've seen those, and for me, they didn't seem like they had enough mixing space. At least the one that I saw in the store. I can't remember the brand, but there are so many compartments that I felt like it was a little bit restricting. But again, that's how I paint. Joan Mitchell. I'll take it. Joan Mitchell, you can visit me anytime you want. If you don't know who Joan Mitchell is, you should look up her work. Wonderful abstract painter. And she actually has a foundation that gives out a major grant to painters. Suna says, I have a new love of big brushes. I used to use tiny brushes because I thought I wanted detail. But I think I was just scared of the big ones. They're definitely so freeing. Oh, I know. I mean, between the big brush and the little one is way less intimidating, but it does so little for you at the very beginning of a painting. Oh, good. I'm glad you think I'm onto something. I feel better about today. Yesterday, I think I was just very stressed out because it was the first day of oil painting. I'm like, oh. Oh, Jason, who, by the way, is responsible for sending me these Geneva paints. So thank you so much. Try giving the yellow a good shake. It can settle a bit. Oh, okay. Let me see where the yellow went. I'm going to see if that makes a difference. It's still pretty liquidy, but maybe I didn't shake enough. Who knows? Anyway, thank you for the tip. You guys have no idea how many tips I'm getting from you. I'm doing the stream, but to me, we're all here together. I don't feel like I have any of this figured out. I mean, especially solvent free oil painting, I have no experience with. And Jason helped me so much, giving me all of the information about the various options. Chopper says, I just saw an artist apply a final light glazing with asphaltum oil paint over an oil painting. Love how it toned down, blended the values into an antique appearance. Asphaltum oil paint, is that a color? We use asphaltum in printmaking to process all kinds of things, but I had no idea there was an oil paint thing. Harry's asking, have you ever looked at your work from a subconscious point of view, seeing what shapes your mind naturally creates? Maybe you can see a figure in your work. I definitely see figures. You nailed me on that one. Or maybe it's more that I treat things like figures, because if I'm doing a still life and there are, say, 4 objects, I look at those 4 objects as a group of 4 people. The same way I could look at this tree, and if I were to talk about it like a person, it's a very angry tree. It's trying to eat everybody. Lucha. Not a good idea to shop art supply and listen. Well, if you guys want the full list, it's all in the video description below, and it's also on the main page, which is on our live stream schedule. Crab Rangoon waiting on Taco Bell to arrive, feeling very Friday between the painting and indulgent junk food. Just need to open a bottle of wine. Okay, everybody, let's confess. What is your favorite junk food? I've been trying to not eat much salty, sugary stuff. Like, I'm 48. I really need to take better care of myself. What is my favorite junk food? Oh, this is nostalgic. I grew up with Smart Food popcorn. Who here grew up with it? When it was in, well, I guess it's still in a black bag, but it's not the same like 80s logo. I was so into that when I was in 6th grade. Wait, what? Jen is at an art store now listening to you. You know what I was thinking when I was at the art store? I was like, all right, I'm at the art store and people don't recognize me. I'm still not famous. Someday I'll be famous enough that I'll walk into the art store and they know who I am. There's so much great information, everybody, about artists, about materials and techniques. Oh, donuts. Oh my gosh, there's a really good donut place here in Salt Lake City. And you know it's good because if you get there at 9:30, it's gone. There's nothing at that point. Oh, ice cream sandwiches on Friday. I really like those. Okay, so Chopper says asphaltum oil paint has that rich brown, definite dark gray or black tint with probably a dark blue somewhere. Looks like motor oil brown. Oh, that sounds like a brown I would like. You know why? Because one of my favorite ink colors is this printmaking ink. It's called Renaissance Black. I can't explain it. It's black, but it has this rich brown, but it does not look like brown. It is black, but there's, oh my God. I printed all my mezzotints with Renaissance Black. Like I couldn't stop at that point. Chopper says, I wonder if one could paint with something just a sham wow rag and no brushes. I don't know what that is. Jade says, did you replace your brushes? I wish. I really need to replace them. But what I really wanted was those long filberts, and they didn't have it at Blick. But apparently, as Nancy says, Rosemary and Company are the ones that people talked about. Welcome, Tiffany. So glad to have you here. We've got Victoria and Tracy. So happy to have you all here. Catherine, Alan is here. Top Shelf says, just discovered your channel. Teaching myself to draw with the black ballpoint pen started this year. Haven't been creative since 2008. We'll look into your Discord. Well, let's look into the Discord right now and see what people are doing in there. If you're wondering, the Discord is happening in the Art Marathons channel. So if you go here, you can see a lot of people are posting their stuff. I'm also posting close-up images of the bits of paint. Oh, wow, that's a... Whoa, look at the lighting. I love that. So I'm also posting pictures of the palette. Lisa says this was fun to draw on the gouache abstract background. Whoa, I love these like crunchy strokes. Oh, and the white, that's a beautiful contrast, Lisa. Silver Song, since I did not set up to paint, I just drew the stump with my jelly pen. Hope you like it. Ooh, it's like a very ethereal tree, Silver Song. And I really like, it looks like a ghost tree. That's what it makes me think of. We also have Manette, limited to 3 colors. I believe these are turkey vultures. Great strokes. You see how these strokes are a little bit brushier, but then these are a little bit more juicy. I do really like that contrast. Wow, Tara, look at this. I love seeing the progress. Oh, and I feel like, Tara, correct me if I'm wrong, but there's a blue in here now that I hadn't seen before. Selena says, with your $5 palette from Walmart. Hey, whatever works, works. Alex Rowe, who used to be a teaching artist here, he was like, I painted on an envelope once. I'm like, oh, sacrilege. Coffee says, I feel like this is getting worse instead of better. Gonna go watch junk TV instead. Oh, what is your guilty pleasure? Junk TV, everybody. I haven't watched junk TV for a while, but I did watch Squid Game yesterday. I watched the first episode. Did anybody else see that? Okay, so Ginger says, working on the art dare, working from imagination. I think it just needs finishing touches. Whoa! That is so gelatinous. Oh my gosh, Ginger, this thing looks like it's vibrating. Wow. I love those glazes of white. Keep posting, everybody. This is Michelle. Did the painting on Tuesday, watching the water mixable oil stream. Nice. Looks like you're doing that palette knife self-portrait. All right. Rowan is testing out colors. Oh, Rowan, I really like these up and down. Like, it really looks like the moss that I would expect to see. Great job, everybody. Keep on posting. Creaky romance anime. I love that. Yeah, Brian, somebody told me that the bear was good. Okay, we need to do some unboxing, everybody. Okay. Let's see what this is. An empty box. It is the titanium white that I need to do water mixable oils. I literally had nothing. It was gone. So thank you. Let's see who this is from. This is from Justin. Justin, thank you so much for sending me this. Day 4 would not be possible if I did not have this. We've got 2 more. Okay, what's this one? Holbein gouache, look! I've never used Holbein gouache before. This is from Bimogene. Thank you so much, Bimogene. Okay, of course we have to open it. I've only used the Winsor Newton Designer's Gouache, and this Holbein is totally new for me. Who here has used the Holbein gouache? And if you haven't used it, what gouache have you used if you have used gouache before? Okay, you ready? We need to have a grand reveal. Okay, here we go. Nice, look at those. Very excited to try these. I really think we need a gouache marathon because I'm not somebody who has a lot of experience with gouache. And so this is something I would love to do a bunch of live streams on. Okay, one more to unbox. Let's see what this is. What's this? It's an RNF titanium zinc white. This is an oil stick. This is RNF. Who here has used pigment sticks before? Because these are basically oil paint in a stick. You have to treat it like oil paint, but it's sort of a very rich, intense oil pastel, but it's not an oil pastel. It is actually oil. Okay. Who's it from? Oh, there's no thing. Well, whoever gave me this, thank you so much, because I definitely want to do a deep dive on this material. Oh, so Cloud says, love Holbein gouache, favorite gouache in my collection. Okay, so Dana T has used Van Gogh gouache. And Bru Ran likes Schminke gouache. So Suna likes certain colors from Winsor & Newton, but Holbein is cheaper and amazing quality. Sarah says, I have gouache coming tomorrow. Oh, yeah. So fun. Oh, Suna's using the Holbein gouache right now. Oh, and Brittany is following up. The ShamWow rag is an infomercial product that is super absorbing towel that holds up to 10 times its weight in water. Okay. Let's get back into the painting. Okay, we gotta take stock. I guess I'm trying to figure out if I want to deal with the tree right now. I kind of think I don't. I think I mean this tree. I'm not talking about this one. Okay, we're going to work on the tree. Let me just move my camera. I'm glad that you guys are all willing to put up with all of these moments in a live stream. Like, it's just very messy to be on a live stream. But I guess this is the real deal. This is what painting actually is. No editing, unfiltered experience. Okay, let me just make sure I've got photos of everything. I know a lot of people don't like to do documentation because it's work, for sure, to do that. But I'm a nerd. I like it. There's something about it. It's satisfying. I think sometimes certain things that for some people are tedious or whatever, they find it relaxing. I have a family member who enjoys folding laundry. I'm like, what is wrong with you? But I'm fine with it because they've done my laundry in the past. Does anybody here have a mindless thing like that you just find it oddly satisfying even though other people don't? Okay, now I gotta think hard about what color I want that tree to be. I guess I want it to be muted because if I want that ground to keep its intensity, maybe I'll do like a light burnt umber with a little touch of lavender because there was quite a bit of purple in that red rock scene. Okay, let's do it. Let's go burnt umber and see how that goes. Got to clean my palette though. What I would love to do someday is a really big painting. Tell me in the chat, what is the biggest size artwork you have ever done? I did some drawings a ways back that were 7 feet tall. They weren't that wide though. They were probably 3 feet wide. And those were such a pain because I had to get up on a ladder to work on them. And in retrospect, that was a giant pain because I didn't have a giant space to work in. So that's the whole thing is if you want to work big, you do have to have that room. And I know a lot of us don't have that. I don't have that. Not even close. And of course, we need to know what is the smallest artwork you've ever done. For me, it's probably that eye painting I did based on Moulin Rouge. the green eye. That's probably the smallest piece I've done. I don't tend to work small, so for me that was like really pushing it. But there is something wonderful about working big. It's a big effort. Physically, it's a lot, but there's something about it. It just feels so grand, I guess is the way to say it. And I decided after those big pieces, I was like, I'm never making artwork that doesn't fit in my car ever again. Well, I'm trying to figure out, is it cool? I think it's burnt. No, burnt umber with a little bit. Okay, let's mix up white and burnt umber just to keep it simple for now. I'm going to mix up quite a bit. So I'm going to use white and burnt umber as a base. And then I'll add in lavender highlights. Let's see how that works. Always remember to clean your palette knife. Oh my gosh, we've been here for 3 hours and 15 minutes. Doesn't feel like that long. I mean, how many artists are crazy enough to do something like this? I mean, I'm sure there's other artists who have. I don't think I'm that special. Actually, tell me in the comments, because I just honestly, I do not have time to watch other YouTube channels. But are there other artists you guys have seen who have done very long streams? I'm just curious. Easier for me to ask all of you than to do it myself. Okay, let's try this burnt umber. Get a little swatch. Put it here. That's kind of nice. I think I want it lighter though. It's a bit dark. Get some white. I'm just going to make another mixture over here. Because I do want something very pale. Okay, I think this is better. All right, let's try this. Oh yeah, that's better. Okay, I wanted it a little brighter. Yeah, it's a minor difference, but you can see that. Okay, we're going to use that as a base. And I'm going to do some twisty brushwork. And this is a shape I really want to bring out. Oh, crap, there's like red all over that. Ugh. Is that already in the brush? Okay, anyway. It is a very smooth paint, though. I do really have to say the quality of these is very high. I confess that I'm oftentimes very skeptical about new art supplies and things, but that's why when you get a recommendation, it's like, oh, okay. Yeah, let's give it a shot. I think that's a lot of things. I think a lot of people think social media is the way to go, and social media helps for sure, but word of mouth, it's still very powerful. Tell me in the chat, do you find that you are more likely to do something when somebody tells you, like a friend? Although, here's the thing, you have to figure out who has the right taste, because I've had some people recommend certain restaurants to me, and I'm like, okay, I'm not asking you again. So it has to be a recommendation from the right person. And I'm going to go for the transparency again, because up here, it gets very light. I'm going to really play up. Because I guess it's hard to know. I mean, a lot of you I hung out with in the Discord so much that, and in some cases for many years, people have been with us, which is incredible. And I'm so grateful for that. Oh, you know what's kind of nice is the burnt umber. It's getting a little bit of the blue mixed in. I think I kind of like that. So I'll probably do the same thing where I'll go in with a rag. Okay, now this is a big chunk up here. Like how blobby that looks. Like, isn't that weird? Like, the shape really looks like that. I mean, you wouldn't really think that a tree could do that. I'm also trying to do longer strokes. That is quite different than what I was doing before. I feel better about this painting. I was just like trying to get back into oil painting and feeling intimidated yesterday. I guess it's a lot like exercise, where if you haven't exercised in a really long time, the first day back is really painful. And I'm really trying to follow the way the shapes are sort of wiggling. They have a real like twist to them, which I like. Let me zoom out so all of you can see what's happening. By the way, this material I'm using is gesso board. It's made by Ampersand. But I'm wondering, those of you who do use gesso, how do you do your gesso? Because one thing I've always wanted to try is clear gesso. And I think there's also black gesso. I'm just really curious about those supplies. Same thing with watercolor ground. Like, has anybody here used watercolor ground? Because I have it, but I never had the chance to really use it much. Someday I'll try it. Okay, this is a very chunky spot right there. Okay, and up here I'm going to get a lot thinner. It really has the most extraordinary movement. That's pretty fun. Yeah, it's very goopy. Or who here has used rabbit skin glue? It's just such a pain. I mean, like, I do like using oil ground, which is what you would use on top of rabbit skin glue, but it's such a hassle. All right, it looks very blunt to me right now, but I'm okay with that. And I think maybe the next step is for me to mix this color with some burnt umber. But I'm liking these flowy strokes. Okay, there are a lot of like individual things in here, but I'm not going to do it. I am, however, going to work on this side. Sort of looks like a pile of straws or something. So weird. Nature is just the most bizarre thing, isn't it? It's so beautiful. That was something they taught us at RISD, was to study nature, to learn how to draw, and I think that is just one of the most wonderful things that I learned about drawing. It's just the role nature can play. I feel like this shape is getting very flat. Could just be going in there and moving things around. Okay, let's mix up the same color, but I'm going to add more burnt umber. And maybe I'll add a little touch of purple. Let's see. I'm going to test it with burnt umber first, and then we'll see how it goes. So speaking of browns, now we have to talk about our favorite browns. I am burnt sienna all the way. I like burnt umber. It's got great uses. It's very helpful when I want to do value, but it doesn't have that like beautiful intense orange that burnt sienna has. Actually, now that I think about it, I don't know that I've really done a lot of brown. I guess I've used some raw sienna, but I think about that as being more of a dark yellow ochre. That took a minute to process. Okay, so we're going to add some darker passages. Actually, this is probably too light. I think I should go darker. Yeah, I think that's too light. It's too light, and I think I'm also going to add more purple. So now I'm starting with burnt umber. Looks like chocolate ganache. My family makes fun of me because on family trips, whenever we're in Utah and we're like looking at some beautiful thing, I'm always like, it looks like chocolate. Actually, maybe I should try a fan brush here. Not right now. I think I'm going to do it later. Could be helpful later. Because I feel like my brush is too thick with stuff. But right now, I'm just trying to block in a couple more strokes. See, right now the strokes feel super fragmented, but they sort of have to start that way, at least for me, because it is such a complex material subject that I'm doing. Okay, I think I need to pivot to a very dark brown. I'm losing a lot of the value. I kind of like how the blue is blending in. All right, let's take a photo of the process. And I'll show all of you in the Discord just how goopy this is. All right. Let's do some of that dark stuff. And for this one, I think I'm going to do burnt umber. Although, no, I'm going to do red and ultramarine because I want purple. Lavender. Oh, okay. I forgot. Ultramarine. Yeah, I think out of all the colors, the ultramarine is definitely the thickest one. Oh, that's not the right red. Huh. Let me just add more. It might turn really brown, though. I feel like I need alizarin crimson. But all I have is Purell Rubine. Okay, now it's too red, of course. Let's get a little bit more ultramarine in there. Where is it? Oh my god, are we doing this again? Hello? Where are you? Ultramarine blue. French ultramarine, whatever you are. So this is what it's like to live with me, everybody. I can't find anything ever. I just had it, wasn't it? Oh my god, I need like X-ray vision. Okay, but where's the yellow? It's not in the spot. I checked this time. Oh, here's the yellow. Okay. But where's the blue? I can't believe I'm doing this again. Half the stream is me looking for stuff. So dumb. Oh, here it is. Okay, that didn't take that long. Okay, I promise. I'm not doing this anymore. Yeah, the blue has a weight to it that the other colors don't have. Okay, so let's pick up this. More ultramarine. Maybe that'll give me what I want. Maybe the lavender is more in the highlights. But I need something really dark here. Okay, this is a deep maroon. Okay, so here I'm going to use this to get in some really dark patches of value. I love doing this, everybody. Best reason for me to be able to paint a lot. And I don't have to worry about the YouTube algorithm punishing me because the streams, and thank you all for being here, getting a lot of watch hours in YouTube language. Sonnet is asking, is it phthalo blue? It is not. It is called French ultramarine. Okay. We're going to make some parts really pop here. And again, I'm going to keep things pretty fragmented. I'll go in and I'll smooth things out a little bit more in a bit, but not right now. I need some really punchy areas. Like this is a pretty significant area of value. It just provides some clarity. I'll add more variations later, but you can see how that becomes a focal point for the piece. And this too. Lets you see what's behind and what's in front. Some spots you just need a small quantity. I know that I sometimes go way overboard with darks, and I'm really trying to not do that so much anymore. I think I rely on it too much. And here I'm trying to paint more a shape than a stroke. It is really smooth paint. I am loving that aspect of this. Here, I'm more just painting a triangle. Like, I'm not trying to do anything grand with my brushwork. It's more just throwing in little pockets. Oh, I see here. Alexander, this is why I have lots of tables. One whole wall is nothing but a countertop. Oh, good. Brian, you're my kindred spirit. This trying to find stuff is a story of my life. I feel like I need to have like a tracker on my glasses, my phone, and my watch. Actually, the TV remote as well. My family gets so mad when they're like, I know you put the remote somewhere else. We can't find it now. I am using a pretty large amount of paint. So I am feeling like it's probably going to get muddy fairly soon. But this is a line that I think is pretty important. It comes down. And this is thicker of a line than it needs to be, but I just want to get it in there. I can always paint it over later. I feel like it looks like a big octopus. A big, very uneven octopus is more like it. Oh, I have to bring back some of that white. I don't really want to do that right now, though. Sonnet's asking, do you think you have to wait until you're in a calm state of mind to paint, or could painting help your mind to calm down? It's definitely the second. Painting will help my mind calm down because I'm just always moving. I cannot sit down. Like, even people are like, Clara, you should relax. I'm like, I can't. That is not in my genes or something. Like, this relaxing thing, like, whatever. Like, I must be the only person who, when I go on vacation, it makes me anxious to not be working. And I don't think that's a workaholic thing. I am a workaholic, but I think a lot of it is because I get very anxious if I'm not doing things. Like, I don't know. It's hard to describe. Okay, let's bring in a little dark down there. I'm just going to put a couple spots. Start to break up what's happening here. And now I'm going to get a little looser because I think I have been a little too careful lately. That's starting to give this thing underneath a little bit more structure, I think. I'm glad that I have all of you thinking about structure now. It's just one of those concepts that I think isn't very obvious. I mean, I think a lot of people can look at drawing and say, oh, I want to get better at shading and I want to get better at color, but structure is one of those things. It's like you really have to look for it. It's not going to show up on its own. Okay, a lot more needs to happen down here, but I'm leaving it for now. I feel like I really lost this part though. This is dying a bit. Yeah, this got way too small. I'm going to leave some of that showing. This part isn't that dark, but it definitely is a focal point that I want to leave. I am a fan of this color scheme with the underpainting, everybody. I am liking that quite a bit. A lot to look at here. I don't want to do too much more, but it does feel very stringy right now. I don't know. It just feels. Did I just see Neil? Yes, that's it. It looks like noodles. Yeah, this is not where it's going to stay. It's just where it is right now. Okay, I do need to go back in. There's a lot of that white back there that I need to bring up to the edges. I'm just going to use straight white for now because I don't think I really need that much of it. Because I think it's just like this spot here. I'll just a little touch of blue. I think it's just I need this white to distinguish between that. So that's more the sky. Not quite the right color, but that's okay. I just need this stuff like filled in. Oh, maybe I'll leave. No, I'm going to remove this. Let's get rid of this sky part. And we'll make this the bottom of the other tree. Okay, that's better. All right. Let me see what people are saying in the comments, and we'll also take another look at the Discord. I'm so glad you guys are having a good time in the Discord. Okay, I'm glad. I always feel like with oil painting, things get so muddy fast, and I feel like I was able to not do that. Thank you so much, Trixie, for your kind words. I've got 2 teenagers, and it's as bad as you think. My younger one said to me, decided to list off all the things I was bad at. And literally, this is what she said. She was like, "You're bad at driving. You're bad at this. You're bad at that. You're bad at," and then she said, "You're bad at drawing." Oh, no, wait, you're not bad at drawing. I was like, wow, thank you. Those of you who have kids, what are some of the most precious things your kids have said to you? I mean, I've had times where I'll go down to my kids' room and I'll knock and I'll enter the door and they'll just look at me and say, no. I'm like, okay. Okay, so Starving Artist is saying, after using the Geneva paints for the past 3 hours, how do you feel about them in comparison to other brands you've used? I mean, they're very good quality paints. I can tell that they're high pigment. They're very smooth. They're really well made. I think it's more a matter of taste. Like, do you like the very thin oil paint? I could see myself using this with another brand that is thick. I don't think I could use only this, but I think they would be, for me, an excellent supplement to say something like Gamblin, which is a lot thicker, because I do really like that like stiff, thick paint. But they're good quality, I can tell. Eddie, I'd like to be under the sea. What's her name? Ursula? I think that's her name. We also have oh, so Tiffany also likes Asphaltum by Gamblin. Guess I need to try it someday. Never heard of this color. Blue Ren says Terra Ercolana, like burnt sienna on steroids. Well, I went to that store in Manhattan called Kremer Pigments. They had so many colors I'd never ever heard of. I mean, that place was, wow, really intense. I mean, I didn't even know how to go through that place. Harry says Julian Schnabel does velvet abstracts, and the paint seems to exist in a different visual plane. I don't think I've ever seen his work in person. I'd have to see it because color doesn't translate that well. Nancy says, never watched live streams this long. Love it. Even though I can't participate, I'm feeling the whole let's all get together and paint vibe. It's awesome. Oh, I like that. It's like a party, but you don't have to leave your house. Harry's asking, have you ever tried stretching other fabrics to use like velvet? Oh, I have not made a velvet painting before, but I have stretched burlap. I did a burlap painting. I mean, this is in high school. It was not that interesting, but I liked the texture of the burlap. It was pretty interesting to me. Samina says, I use clear gesso for painting on wood. I love that you have the wood pattern as a background. I always use 2 to 3 layers and it mutes the wood a bit. I really like that. That sounds super fun. I don't think I've ever painted so that you could see the grain of the wood. So Eddie is asking, would like to know if you can reactivate dried oil painting on a canvas to make changes. Will Gamsol work? I don't think so, at least to my knowledge. Once oil painting is dried, you can't rehydrate. You can do that with things like gouache and watercolor, but not with oils. So Dana, big fan of the Geneva paints. Guilty pleasure, sonnet, watching the same old movies and shows over and over again. Do you guys have any idea how many times I've watched Doctor Strange? I just love the hospital scene. He's like the hottest doctor. Like, I would not be able to concentrate if he was my doctor. So Alexander says a lot of the long streams are ASMR. I don't get the ASMR thing. Do people get it? I don't understand. Like, Lauren is really into it. I'm like, I don't understand. All right, so a lot of big pieces in here. Okay, Brian says 16 by 20. Mark says 227 by 41 soft pastels. Oh, that's gigantic for soft pastels. Selena says 2-inch round watercolor booklet. Blue Run says, I know before Sarah Burns had her YouTube channel so she could stream 6 hours a day, 7 days a week on Twitch. Oh my gosh, I don't think I could handle that. I would just be too tired. Oh, good point from Neil, who says the streaming artists are probably on Twitch. That makes sense. I mean, Twitch is known for people, what, like streaming 48 hours and things like that. It's a very different platform. Jade says, all that sounds about right. I have two teenage daughters. One is still a stinker, the other is coming out of it. Well, see, here's the thing though, Sonnet. Do you know how amazing it is to sleep in and also for your kid to not wake up until 1? It's amazing, and no babysitting. Like, there's definitely some good things about teenagers. Hey, Paula, who says, loving how this painting is looking. Thank you so much. I love this. June says, got the salad in the fridge, taco salad ready, change, teeth brush, room's ready. No one's come yet. So here I am with a few more minutes. Oh, I just love that. Sonnet says, do you remember that critique you did of that artist that did a portrait of James Baldwin with the burlap faces? Oh my gosh, that was so long ago, Sonnet. That was when we first got started. I don't know if that video is still on our channel anymore. We might have unlisted it. Not sure. Okay. We're going to go in. We're going to make stuff more active. And I think a lot of it is going to be done with a brush. No, rag. That's what I meant. Because I've got the structure, but it's very noodly right now, as people have said. I'm basically going to take the rag and I'm just going to move things around. That's fun. Okay, I could be on board with this. And also to emphasize the direction of some of these things. I feel like this is some kind of tree that would be in Lord of the Rings. So a lot of this is just changing up the direction of things. Making things a little bit coarser. But really, what I'm after is the flow. I need things to really move into each other. So I guess it's more just changing the direction of the strokes. It's probably going to look too soft for a little while, but that's okay because I will make those changes later in the second layer. And actually, some of this needs to get put back. I feel like I lost that form quite a bit. It's weird, isn't it? It's so strange. But I mean, part of this is also getting things to transition more. Like here, I'm going to take some of these strokes and just make them blend a little bit more with that. Oh, I need to add more here. I feel like I lost a lot of the strokes here. That part needs to be way more articulated. Okay. We got some of the crunchiness in there. The key here is I need structure, but I also need a flow. Flow has to happen here. Oh, I'm getting lost again. Yeah, there's a big patch of dark up here I want to bring back. I feel like I want to keep a bunch of the underpainting in here. I feel like I don't want to get rid of it entirely. Because it is adding this like coolness, which I'm starting to really like. Tell me in the chat, do you think I should leave some of that underpainting showing? Do you think that would be helpful to the color scheme? Because I think the whole thing about underpaintings is a lot of time the assumption is that you will get rid of them, the color in there. But I'm kind of thinking I don't want to. I mean, this is what I should have been doing when I was struggling so much with color. I should have been doing underpaintings like this. Still trying to... getting lost again. Okay. I'm trying to go more across. I feel like too many of the strokes are sort of following each other. I don't really like that. And this eye is not disruptive enough. I think it needs more value. Oh, and these two, I guess I want some of this value stuff to feel like it's more inside the color. So I guess it's just making some edges less harsh. Getting things to connect more. Oh, I kind of like that. Yeah, it's such a chaotic image that I don't want it to just run out of control. Like I need that structure in there to keep it going. So I'm just going in and softening a bunch of things. Oh, and I need some dark value back here because this area back here really is quite dark. That will also help the volume of the tree. So maybe a couple strokes of some darker things. Oh, I need that edge. That's got to be... Okay, this has to be really clear because we have the trees back there. Sort of curious what would happen if I got the fan brush out. I mean, the only way to know is to do it. I definitely feel way more in control of this than what I had earlier. And actually, let me get in a couple more spots of this. I don't want to do too much, but maybe just a pump up some of the value. I'm going to try the fan brush. Let's just see what happens. I'm not going to look at the reference. I'm just going to see what's happening. I kind of like using the fan brush on the side. It's kind of messy. I don't know if I like this. I don't think I like it. I like the rag better. It is starting to get quite muddy. I'm going to take a photo. Let's get it into the Discord. I'll see the colors better. So here, maybe these close-ups, you can start to see the way some of the strokes are coming together. Ugh, can't leave it alone. I was like, I'm going to stop. No, I'm not going to stop yet. This area just feels very liney. I want it to be less like that. Okay, let's get this into the Discord. Okay, let's see what people are saying in the chat. Phoenix says, I like seeing a small bit of the underpainting. It can add an interesting highlight, or dark, add interesting color in the shadows. That's what I'm thinking. I didn't think I was going to leave that much, but I'm liking it right now. Oh, wait. One more thing. A little bit more rag. I think I'm getting nervous now. But maybe it is time to leave it alone. Just trying to make some of these connections a little bit less noodly, like I said. Oh, I kind of like that. Ooh, nice. Like going more across. Oh, that is nice. Okay. I just feel like it's very strokey right now, and I'm trying to cut back on that a little bit. So actually, let's blend this spot a little bit more with the rag. This part seems really sloppy. Clean that up with the rag. To me, the rag it fixes all your problems. I mean, sometimes I think I like the rag more than the brush. I know! One more thing. Just one more thing. It's very hard to walk away. Lisa says, the very earth is heaving the tree stump to the sky. I like that narrative. Oh, Anna, I was talking about video documentation of art. Thank you for the question, clarification. Alexander says, it feels like you are working on a sculpture more than a painting. My former professor, Andrew Raftery, told me that, and it's what got me to go into do my master's in sculpture. And I think for that reason, I've always had that in my head. So I love that you were picking up on that. Oh, I need a little more value. It's not dark enough. Losing the structure. No. Let's see what is happening in the Discord. Okay, so Kevin says, I applied imitation gold leaf to watercolor paper and now applying sizing so the pigments would adhere. That is beautiful. Look at that texture. Wow. Oh my gosh. It's like this gorgeous, flowy surface. That is beautiful, Kevin. Oh, you're KC in the chat. Oh, okay. Sometimes people have different names across platforms, and I don't know who is who. Okay, so Rowan has reached a stopping point for today. Tara thinks they have overworked it. Oh, you got so many new colors up here, like the pinks. Oh, and I love how crunchy these are. That is beautiful. Okay, so Manette still on the Vultures, a loose watercolor. Butter says back at it after the dinner break. Oh, I like these chunky strokes. They almost look like coal or something. Okay, this is from Marta. Quick marker sketch done. Look at that. Love all the interaction. See, this is the type of drawing I probably wouldn't do because of all the marks, but I love seeing it in other people's work. Also, Selena says, in the ugly stage, time to take a break. Yeah, those breaks are important. But I do think it has a nice flow. Like I feel the downward motion, Selena's. Hedge says, this is how far I came. Try to visit tomorrow. It's 3 a.m. here. Yes, you should go to sleep at that point. Oh, and this is Silver Song, who is still doodling. Wow, this just makes me want to go out and buy. Are these gel pens? I think they said so. I don't know. Okay, Anna's been working on some marker work. I love the glosses. They're so whimsical. Oh, and DB made a wow. That lavender underpainting, it really worked for you because it's making the yellow in the center very, very bright. Okay, so they're saying jelly roll pens. I know, but the thing is, Anna, I have 4 palette knives. They're just not here. I think they're downstairs or something, but yes, I should always have one. Also, having different shapes makes different marks. I sign different knives of different colors like I do with brushes. Oh, that's fun. I really like that. Remember, everybody, we are doing registration for our workshops. We have openings in these workshops. These are all running. Realistic painting, digital painting. Those are both coming up next Saturday. Pets and animals in color, cloud landscapes, loosen up your art, flowers and plants in watercolor, creature design, and also experimental printmaking. Join our art club. This is a super fun group in our Discord. You get voice sessions with staff, critiques from me, open studio sessions, and there is no critique rule like we have in the public channels. everybody, thank you so much for watching. I will see you tomorrow. Bye.